All right, guys, welcome to Press X Podcast, episode 103, or PXP for short. I think I've been calling it PXP more often these days. That's what I put in the title. But yeah, thank you guys so much for, as always, waiting patiently to let the member credits scroll, actually do its thing. Gives me a little bit of extra prep time. And, it's always interesting to, you guys may not know it. I don't know if you know it. I mean, I do ask you to hit the like button, but I do kind of, see what you guys are saying in the chat before we actually go live. So, yeah, definitely a lot to talk about over the course of this episode. Definitely a lot to talk about. We have a bunch of different topics, and, as usual, I have written down my topics. I have a template, but the chances of me following this template and sticking to it and not going at some point completely off the rails, well, chances of that not happening are pretty low. I think you guys know that by now. But nonetheless, we do have some interesting stuff today. I'm kind of rambling on a little bit right now because I'm still trying to think what should I talk about first? What should be the first topic? I think the as Devil Shooter puts out, it's very low. As the timestamp guy, I know. Well, we appreciate your work, Devil Shooter. We really appreciate your work. We there are seemingly thousands of people who watch my show after it's live. They watch it throughout the course of the week. And I have to imagine, Devil Shooter, that they are really, really appreciative of the timestamps you do, because you don't half-ass it, man. And I got to give you credit. You don't half-ass it. You go all in with the timestamps. So big shout out to you, Devil Shooter. So yeah, I'm going to give you a quick rundown of some of the stuff we're going to talk about today. PlayStation Pete, you're saying MBG never answered my question. Should I buy a PS5 Pro paid $800? Well, one of two things is happening here with what you're saying. Somebody's trying to sell you a PS5 Pro, and I assume that's not the case. Because surely, PlayStation Pete, that a PS5 Pro doesn't actually exist. So, be careful. Be careful that somebody isn't trying to scam you. But if you're implying, and I think that this is more likely, you're implying that Sony is going to develop a PS5 Pro, and they're going to release it, and it's going to be $800. Should you buy a PS5 Pro for $800? Well, your name is PlayStation Pete. Your name is PlayStation Pete, and you have a picture of a PlayStation 5. So the answer is obviously yes. Yes, of course you're going to buy the PS5 Pro. Of course you should buy it. If not, then you're going to have to change your name to PlayStation 5 Pro-less Pete. All right, so that's the best answer I can give you. All right, but in all seriousness, if a PS5 Pro were to come out and it was $800, that would be a tough sell. That would be a tough sell for, I think, pretty much everybody. No matter how big of a PlayStation fan you are. I mean, $500 for the PS5 genuinely feels like a good deal. Like it's premium. A $500 price point is a premium price point, I think, but it feels totally worth it. And I feel like to go from $500 to $800, that's a $300 increase. That's a lot. It's a lot. So I guess the big question I would have to ask PlayStation Pete is, what exactly is Sony offering here that justifies a $300 increase? But I will say that if a PS5 Pro does happen, it's extremely, extremely unlikely that it's not going to be $800. It will certainly be less than that. I'd say 600 at the most. 600 at the most. Zanarkand Blitzer, thank you so much for the generous donation, my friend. You're saying, sorry, MBG, I missed your PS Plus live stream. I didn't see the notification. Don't worry, I watched it later before watching the new Moon Knight series. Sir Speaks a Lot even got in trouble for nuking everyone. Can he nuke again? Well, Sir Speaks a Lot, as he says, must resist the nuking. And I think he understands, because the reason why I asked him to stop that is because with a stream like that, a lot of new people were joining, people who were not familiar with my channel, certainly not familiar with what goes on in the chat, right, in that sense. And some people were getting very upset because they thought that they were being timed out and banned for something. So I told Sir Speaks a Lot to just pump the brakes on that. We're going to stop that because I think it's in everybody's best interest. We don't want to lose people. We don't want to lose potentially new community members because of inside thing we got going here and they're not aware. I think we'll find something else over time that will be the new inside thing we do. So yeah, that did happen, but nonetheless, it was a good stream, and I'm glad that you were able to catch it afterwards. We definitely have a lot to discuss when it comes to PlayStation Plus and the future of PlayStation over the course of this episode. That's going to be one of the biggest topics that we talk about. And I do want to give you guys a rundown, like I said, of the topics that we are going to be discussing today. I see quite a few people asking me in the chat if I'm going to be discussing the interview that was conducted. I believe it was released yesterday with Colin Moriarty of Sacred Symbols and Blue Box Game Studios' Hassan Karaman. This seemingly came out of nowhere, and a lot of people were extremely surprised to see that Colin Moriarty was able to get this interview, and I was very much interested in listening to this and hearing about, Blue Box, the situation going on there, directly from Hassan. And to answer your question, yes, I'm absolutely going to talk about it. I did listen to that interview in its entirety, and I definitely have some thoughts on it. I see somebody in the chat, you're saying, let the Blue Box thing go. Well, I mean, look, I wasn't planning on talking about it. I really wasn't. I wasn't planning on talking about it, mainly because not much has been happening. This past week, however, things have happened. Things have happened this past week. And so, I see people, like, they say they're tired of it, and I am too. I see people in the chat saying Blue Box just tweeted, and I'm seeing multiple people say this, and I genuinely, I'm so tempted to go check. I see somebody asking, am I okay? I look different. Well, I probably look different because I shaped up my facial hair differently, but I have been sick the past couple of days. Today's the best I felt. I barely feel sick today, but if I look a little bit like, if I look a little bit down, I'm not down. I'm getting over sickness again. I don't know what it is. It could have just been a cold, could have been, COVID. Who knows? I really don't know. But I definitely was feeling it the past couple days. If you watched my past couple videos, you probably could hear. I mean, there's no way you didn't hear it in my voice. Like I was pretty sick, not feeling well. I still may sound a little bit congested today, so I do apologize for that if I seem like I'm not as, I don't want to say enthusiastic, but if I just seem a little bit off, that's why. But I am getting better each day, which is good. And today's the best I felt. So apparently they did tweet. I'm seeing a lot of people say that they tweeted. So, I'll just go see what they're saying. If I go to my Twitter and I find out you're trolling me, I'm going to be, I don't know what I'm going to do. Okay, they did tweet. I really thought, guys, I really thought you were trolling me. I was like, all right, everybody's getting in on it. They're like, look, we're going to make MBG go check, and there's going to be nothing there, and it'll be great. And I was like, okay, I'm just going to walk into this. But the tweet from Blue Box Game Studios 3 minutes ago, do you want us to show development footages of abandoned prologue? And they put two, answers here that you can choose. Either yes or no, just work on a reveal. And I to be honest, I think it's a good question. I think this is the best question that they should be asking right now. And I gotta be honest with you, I am tempted to say no. I'm really tempted to vote no, because I think that, like, honestly speaking, we shouldn't be talking about Blue Box Game Studios today. We shouldn't be talking about Hassan Karaman. We shouldn't be talking about Abandon, simply because we have not seen anything. Putting the whole conspiracy theory stuff aside, realistically speaking, we have not seen anything. I kid you not, I still have this app installed on my PS5. I kind of forgot about it, but it's still there. And it's just a reminder that, oh wait, this is apparently a thing that exists, and there's nothing there except just one little 4-second teaser that, doesn't tell us anything. And so, if they're saying show us development footage, I mean, no, like, I'm going to say no, because just work on it. That you shouldn't be talking about it even right now. You shouldn't be talking about it even right now, because you should be working on it right now. And I'm going to vote no, just work on the reveal. That's what I'm voting, because I don't know. Like, I just feel like, if given the position that Blue Box Game Studios is in, assuming that they actually have a game, which I guess they do if they're willing to show development footage, everything we've seen so far, their teaser trailer was development footage. He made it clear it was just for development purposes, not really representative of the final product. What we saw with that 4-second teaser, same thing. It's just a little teaser. It's not representative of the final product. And I just feel like I don't need to see more of that. I'm just going to be frank. I'm ready. I've been ready for the reveal. I've been strung along over a year. It's going to be revealed. Reveal closing in. Yada, yada, yada. And it's like, okay, I've been extremely patient, and I've been excited, and I've gotten nothing, and I'm not trying to sound mad. I'm not mad. It's just, I don't want more of that. That's what I'm trying to communicate right now. I don't want more development footage. I don't want more teases. I want a proper reveal. And so I voted no. But if you guys are curious, which I'm sure you are, there's so far 6 minutes since this has been tweeted, there's about 2,500 votes. 75% of people are saying yes, they want development footage. And that's bizarre to me. That is frankly bizarre to me, because it's like, that's what we've been getting. That's what we've been getting. You're asking for more of what we've been getting, guys. We want the reveal. We want the reveal. So I'm going to be honest. I'm getting, I'm getting completely mixed feelings and vibes from Blue Box and Hassan. And I am genuinely, truly baffled at what is happening with this situation. I can, especially after watching the entirety of that interview with Hassan yesterday. I just had a air bubble in my neck. Made me sound really bizarre for a second there. Apologies for that. You're saying go over the interview. Sheik, you're saying please talk about Sony stop Xbox's free marketing. Well, we're going to talk a little bit about Xbox today, because I think there are two reports regarding Xbox that I'm actually very interested in. One of them I'm very, very interested in talking about because it's important to me. But we will talk a little bit about Xbox. Timothy, you're saying maybe it's a phantom game to scam investors. People keep talking about that when it comes to Hassan and Blue Box. And I first of all, I don't know. Anything I'm going to say today is just pure speculation, my own opinion and my own thoughts based off of everything that I've seen, read, and discussed and listened to. And all I want to say is that if this was a genuine scam, all right, like if this was truly like somebody, because the idea of a scam is there's like a type of egregiousness to it where it's like ill intent is there from the beginning. They want to extract something in a disingenuous, not good way. They and in this case, it's like you're saying investors. Yeah, it's basically it's lying, and you're saying they want to scam investors. That's certainly a possibility, but the one thing that pops into my mind with this is there's just no way, there's just no conceivable way that Hassan Karaman, and I could be wrong. Again, this is my opinion. I could be wrong, but there's just no conceivable way that Hassan Karaman could continue to generate this much of an audience and this much attention if it was just a scam. Because if it was a scam, surely it would have succeeded by now. Or surely it would have failed to a point where it became blatantly obvious that these guys are trying to extract money. And I do want to say that, like, look, it's still a possibility. And I admit, when I was watching that interview with Colin yesterday, when Hassan's body language speaks volumes, but it still doesn't give us answers. You can tell a lot from Hassan Karaman's body language, but it doesn't give you an answer either way. And I watched this entire hour-long conversation with Colin Moriarty and Hassan Karaman, and I was extremely interested in this, particularly because I listened to the way Colin Moriarty talked about Hassan in the past. And Colin made it clear that he's going to ask the difficult questions. He's going to ask the questions that seemingly other outlets who have interviewed Hassan, such as IGN, and I think we had Jason Schreier conduct an interview. Colin was under the impression that they just weren't asking the right questions. And that's why I was really interested to tune into this, because I knew Colin would not hold back. And he did ask the good questions. Colin absolutely pressed Hassan and asked the questions that needed to be asked. But somehow, some way, this man, that being Hassan Karaman, was able to speak for nearly an hour and just say so much without actually saying a damn thing. And I don't know whether to be upset or impressed by that, genuinely. Like, I don't know whether that's impressive or upsetting. And I am just so perplexed because people want me to believe that this is just some kind of naive, clueless individual who doesn't know what they're doing. And I'm like, well, that's untrue. So then people are saying, well, he's acting. Like, he's putting on an act. Now that is believable. That is believable because, again, the body language and the fact that he is still able somehow to, he is able to take people like Colin Moriarty, like Jason Schreier, people who, these are the individuals within the gaming industry that, they're going to squeeze people for answers, and they're going to want the answers. They're going to want to really get to the bottom of it. And Hassan is able to allude in some kind of, it's fascinating to watch. I gotta admit, man, it is fascinating to watch because I am just like, this is still either this guy is just messing with people and still somehow can continue to mess with people, or he is a professional that is doing something so meticulous, so well thought out, that it's almost inconceivable that it could be this well thought out and this well executed. It's fascinating. I gotta admit, it still fascinates me. And that's why I was like, I myself was quite surprised. I was quite surprised that by the end of that interview yesterday, I was like asking myself, so what exactly did I learn? And when I realized the answer to that question is absolutely nothing, MBG. You've learned absolutely nothing. I just was like, okay, whether anybody knows it or not, in just a couple of days, on April 7th, that will be the 1 year anniversary, if you want to call it that, the 1 year mark since Abandoned was first revealed. And I'm essentially going to be saying on April 7th, for an entire year, I have followed this. I have talked about it. It had its peaks and its lows. And I thought it was done. And I didn't expect Hassan to come back out. And I didn't expect Blue Box to start tweeting again. And 1 year on, I still don't know a damn thing. I don't know a single thing about this studio, about this game, about anything important regarding it. And so, it is what it is. It is what it is. That's why on their poll that they just put out, I'm answering no. My answer is no. I don't want to see more teasing. I want to see the reveal. Guys, there is well, hold on. Sorry, KD. I just realized I didn't read your super chat. You're saying, MBG, man, I rock with you, but your goatee looks wild. You got to line it up better, bro. Got to look good while you lay the bots out with the PlayStation Jitsu. It doesn't look, are you saying it doesn't look lined up? I don't know. I did the best I could, man. I did the best I could. I mean, it's good enough for me. It's good enough for me. All this, it'll grow back within just a couple weeks, and by that time, it's I like to tame this aspect of the beard because I don't like it when the sides, the sides of the beard start to get all scraggly and grow out. I like to grow this out a little bit. So when this grows in, this will be thinner, this will be thicker, and have that look going on, I guess. It may take less than a couple weeks, but yeah, and I can't grow these in, or I can't grow this in all the way either, and it's really annoying. Like I feel like if I could grow this in all the way, it would look a lot better because it would be a lot easier to line up. But anyway, you're distracting me now, KD. You're getting me off topic. Who cares how I look? Forget how I look. All right, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I was thinking about going with just the mustache. I will say I was thinking about just rocking the mustache, but my jaw, my chin, it's not strong. It's pretty weak down here. And I was like, if I go just the mustache, it's not going to look very good because I don't have that, So so I figured I'll just keep it where it is. All right. Let me get back on topic here. Timothy, you're saying he's the video game Tinder swindler. FastX Inside, you're saying, I had a call with Hassan, worked on a song. Interesting. I don't know if I can believe you. I'm not saying I don't, but it's just I don't. Cool. If that's true, that's cool, man. You're saying I want to see MBG with a clean shave. I don't know. I look pretty young with a clean shave. I don't like going clean shaven. It always makes me feel weird. You never saw me with my hat off. Yeah, I don't take my hat off just because like my hairline's not doing so great these days. It's not that I'm necessarily self-conscious about it. It's just I think I look better with a hat than without one currently. So, you know, full beard, yeah. Well, truthfully, what happens, guys, what happens more often than not is as my beard continues to grow in, I don't know if I lost connection here. No, it's good. When I go full beard, I go to I go to trim it, and then I end up messing it up while I'm trimming it, and then I'm like, okay, well, now I got to shave it all off, but I don't want to shave it all off, and so you end up with this. So take it for what it is. All right, enjoy it now while it's here. Okay, so I'm going to talk about the blue box thing just a little bit longer, only because there is more that I had to say on it. Right now I'm just all right. So a couple key points of this interview that I just want to point out. You're saying MBG, you know more than you let on. You're unwittingly part of the Kojima ARG, and you love it. So look, all right. I think that I think it would be a good idea to kind of lay this out real quick. Look, we got this interview. Hassan's coming out again. People, when I saw that Hideo Kojima tweeted that he was relocating Kojima Productions after 5 years, I thought that was pretty interesting. You know, I'm not saying it's like the most interesting thing, but it was just kind of abrupt. You know, it was kind of abrupt, and it was like, oh, I didn't. Okay, you know, there was no like he didn't build up to it or anything. It was just like one day I was like, okay, we're leaving this studio now, and I guess maybe it's not that big of a deal, but you know, a lot of people were just thinking that's just kind of weird, you know, and I get it. Like I get why it's weird. I get why it's abrupt, but at this point in time, guys, do we really? And I'm asking you guys genuinely. I mean, do we really believe that Blue Box Game Studios is PlayStation? Do we believe that they are Konami? Do we believe that Hassan Karaman is actually in cahoots with Hideo Kojima and Kojima Productions? Do we believe that this is secretly Silent Hill? Look, I more than most people can understand why there are some people who still do kind of believe that, or they want to believe that. And the reason why I understand that is because I was here for the whole thing. And it was the weirdest thing I've ever witnessed. The weirdest thing. But at this point in time, no. Like if you were to ask me that question, my answer is no. This is not Hideo Kojima. This is not some kind of secret ARG. And you know, I a part of me obviously wants it to be. A part of me still wishes that I wish there was actually more to this. But when I watched this interview yesterday with Colin Moriarty asked, again, the good questions. A couple things that Colin brought up that Hassan seemingly didn't have answers to. And I will admit, the strangest thing about this whole thing is, you know, you do got to wonder, what is the end goal here? It is questionable. Colin Moriarty asks him, so your blog post, what's up with that? And Hassan basically was just like, oh yeah, we just got a blog post. And it was just for, you know, early development footage, even though we found out that wasn't even going to be part of the game. You know? It's like, oh, okay. And then Colin asks, who's publishing your game? Who's funding your game? And then he says, well, we're self-funding, and he kept saying NDA, NDA. The amount of times Hassan Karaman had to say NDA, NDA, I don't know, was concerning. It was concerning because it's like, what? Colin's asking at least a decent amount of questions that should not be NDA'd. They're not NDA'd. They're not like, it's just not normal, you know? And then he asked him about, well, what about Noir Studio? What about Decagon? And something that Colin pointed out, which is what we talked about last year, is these are expensive outsourcing studios, very expensive. They work with AAA video game publishers who are working on $150 million, $200 million budget games. And he's like, how did you get them to start working with you? And he didn't have an answer. He didn't have an answer. He was like the way he talked about it was like they were friends. And I swear, I'm paraphrasing here, and I'm not quoting, I'm paraphrasing, so I might be remembering what I heard wrong, but I swear he almost made it sound like, oh yeah, when they heard what we were working on, you know, and they heard who we were, like, oh yeah, you're Blue Box, they wanted to work with us, they wanted to help us out. And I'm like, what? And it is true that Noir made a video for them that is now deleted. I don't think Noir is working with them anymore, but they did do that. They did make a video for this man and his studio saying, we're working with them. And it's just so weird. And he ended up answering by saying, and this is why I have come to the conclusion that, yeah, this is not Kojima. This is not a ruse. This is not an ARG. This is not anything that we would want it to be, because the one thing he did say that actually sounded completely legitimate and completely believable is he said, well, we ran out of money. We couldn't afford them anymore. And so we had to pretty much stop working with them. And I'm like, that makes a lot of sense. That actually makes the most sense. That genuinely sounds like somebody who thought that they could maybe hire some studios to make a game for them or help them make a game and make it bigger, and then they pay them. But I feel like, but here's the problem with that. John Doe, you're saying that's some BS, MBG. Here's what's weird about that. Look, I don't know how Noir Studio conducts themselves, so what I'm about to say is an assumption. But it seems awfully sketchy to me. Not even sketchy, it sounds unbelievable. This doesn't make much sense. You're telling me Noir Studio would say okay to work without having, without getting the payment in full. I mean, I guess if they are an outsourcing studio, maybe that is how it works. I don't know. Like, I don't know if Noir Studio is like, so it's like, if I were to hire Noir Studio, be like, I'm going to give you $25,000 or something like that. I don't know. Not that I wouldn't be able to, but just like some number like that. And they're like, okay, this is how much work we could produce for you for $25,000. And then if they're like, do you want us to produce any more? And then I look at my wallet, I'm like, I can't afford anymore. And they're like, okay, then our work here's done. I mean, that does sound believable to me. They are an outsourcing studio. I don't know the ins and outs, but yeah, I mean, it seemed like where Hassan really got hung up, like over the course of this hour-long interview, where Hassan really seemingly just didn't know what to say, was when Colin Moriarty asked him, who is publishing your game? Who is behind this? Who's funding your game? Who's publishing? And he I think he, in a Twitter post, he claimed that he meant to say it was just self-funded. But when I go back and I listen to this, he was like a deer in the headlights, and he didn't know what to say, and he just kept saying NDA, or like, I can't answer that. And look, at this point in time, I'm just going to cut to it here and get to the bottom of it. At this point in time, I don't believe Blue Box is anything, really. I do believe that there is a man there named Hassan Karaman that has a dream, potentially, and I'm being idealistic here, that has a dream of making a great video game. But he seemingly doesn't know how to do it, or where to even start, or, how he certainly doesn't know how to market. And so it is what it is, guys. It is, like, I'll tell you right now, and this is the final thing I'm going to say, because I know that there are some people who are going to listen to this because of everything that went down last year. And I get it. Yeah, he did mention Perp Games, and apparently they are real. He said that they tried to go to them, and they were like, we ain't touching that. They're like, no, we're good. So that's worth mentioning. But I know that there are going to be some people who listen to this, and I see them, at this point, I don't know if people are just doing it to troll or if they actually mean it, but I have to assume there are some people who are still, like, holding out, being like, yep, like, this is still Kojima, right? And I just want to leave you with this. For anybody who may still think that, I'm going to ask one question. How do you think people would feel if it was announced tomorrow or next week that, you know what, guys? It was all an ARG. It was all a big joke. It was a commentary on modern day development and social media and everything else, right? And it's actually Kojima, and it's actually, Sony. And it's actually, you remember that SNL tweet? It wasn't actually meant to be survival. It was Silent Hill. How do you think people would feel? In all seriousness, how do you think people would feel? Do you think people would feel happy? Do you think suddenly that the mobs of people who are currently raging at Hassan, that are currently raging at Blue Box, that are even currently raging at me for even mentioning it, you think they're just suddenly going to be like, oh, shucks, good one, Kojima, you got me? No. And I want to mention this last thing as well, because to me, it was like, okay, if you're trying to find a middle ground answer, it wasn't somebody. I was listening to Sacred Symbols again, because they were talking about this, and Colin had, the one thing that Colin says that I feel the exact same way, and I guess this is why he was so eager to get this interview with Hassan, is Colin said that every time he's about to let it go and be like, yeah, it's just nothing, he remembers like 2 or 3 things that just sound unbelievable. And he's like, wait a second, that doesn't make any sense. And it keeps him on the hook. And so he wanted to get his answers. But he did say that if he had to really kind of rationalize this, he said something that sounds believable, and I agree with this, is that this originally was supposed to be like an ARG of some kind, and just some big thing that went terribly awry, that went horrifically wrong somewhere along the lines. And I would have believed that. Because it really almost does come off that way. Because they haven't actually taken anything from anybody, as far as we know. They haven't asked people to buy a game. They haven't asked for, I mean, as far as I know, they haven't asked people for money. So that almost sounded, believable. And I would have maybe entertained that notion if they didn't start talking again. If Hassan didn't come out of the woodwork again, and if Blue Box didn't start tweeting again. And so at this point, I don't believe it's anything, frankly. Like, I do believe that they want to maybe try to make a game. And that's it. That's where I'm at. So that's it. That's all I have to say. I say that's all I have to say about it, as if I haven't been talking about it for the past 30 minutes. But it was fascinating. Again, it really caught my attention because I did not expect this. And yeah, Space Gambler Jr. Remember the old saying, MBG, all publicity, if I could speak, is good publicity. Matt York, member for 3 months. Thank you, buddy. You're saying you have to do a live stream reliving Crackdown 3, the game that broke your very soul and changed your future forever, LOL. Maybe one day down the line, I will react to that video. I feel like not enough time has went by. It's still a sore spot, but maybe we will go back to that. That would make for some interesting content for sure. PlayStation Pete, again, you're saying paid $800 for my existing PS5. Will probably give it to my grandson, then buy a PS5 Pro. Okay, that makes a lot more sense now, PlayStation Pete. I didn't even consider that. I'm glad you elaborated. That makes more sense. Yeah, that sounds like paying $800 for PS5. Again, your name's PlayStation Pete, so I can only assume it was worth it for you. I have yet to hear anybody say that. Not that I'm saying you should buy from a scalper, because people can make that decision on their own. But I have yet to hear anybody complain about buying a PS5, even if they overpaid for it. I think even people who've overpaid for the PS5 are still satisfied with it, But yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Giving your PS5 to your grandson and then upgrading to the Pro. I think I know a lot of people are against the idea of Sony making a Pro, and it sounds almost comical to even be talking about it right now. I get it, but I'm pretty sure they're going to. I would be kind of surprised if they didn't. Josh, you're saying if someone was subscribed to Game Pass since the launch of the Xbox Series X, you would have Halo and Forza to show for $300 later. The best deal in gaming? ? Well, yeah, I kind of see what you're alluding to, man. There's been this big conversation that it's been going across the internet, and I haven't partook in this conversation, but I've definitely been listening to what some people have to say, reading what some people have to say. And I did say one thing in regards to it, but essentially what you're kind of alluding to here, Josh, is, there's this conversation that, well, if you're subscribed to a service like Game Pass for a very long period of time, it's going to cost you a lot of money over a long course of time. And, what you're getting in the service over that course of time, some people look at it, it's like, well, it doesn't seem worth it. And then some people were talking about, imagine paying hundreds of dollars over like a couple years and then not owning anything. And what they're describing is, yeah, this is what services are. This is what you get from things like Spotify, from things like Netflix, and from things like Game Pass. And what's strange to me is I continue to see people argue about something that is subjective, but they argue about it. It's not that they're arguing about it. It's that they're attempting to frame it in an objective way. And you cannot do that. You simply cannot. At least not without looking kind of foolish in doing so. Because if somebody were to say to me, like, Josh, you're basically saying that you would not want to be subscribed to Game Pass since the launch of the Series X, Because if you were, you would have paid about $300 from then until now, and you would have felt like it wasn't worth it because all you got is Halo and Forza. So, Josh, I can only assume that you have not subscribed to Game Pass, and you have not been subscribed to Game Pass. And so you could take your opinion to maybe an Xbox player, somebody who has been subscribed to Game Pass since the launch of the Series X, and you could say to them, is this the best deal in gaming? I don't think it is. And at least some people are going to turn around and say, I think it is. Absolutely. I think it's the best deal in gaming. And you see what I'm saying? Where it's like, I cannot determine that for you or for that individual. And that is something that can only be determined. The market has to speak. And that's actually interesting you bring this up, because it brings us to the conversation that I wanted to get to in regards to the PlayStation Plus revamp, which is there are people, duking it out, fighting it out, and trying to determine who's the winner here. Like, who is the better service? Who has the better service and why? And, it's weird to me because, again, I put this tweet out. And I said in this tweet, it's very simple. I said, it's okay if you prefer to buy your video games at full price. And then underneath that, I said, it's okay if you prefer to consume your games through a subscription service and not buy them and not own them. And then I followed that up by saying, it's also okay if you like to do a bit of both. And I said, and see, this is how I know Twitter's just straight up stupid. And I said at the bottom of all that surely all PlayStation and Xbox fans can agree with this. And the amount of people that I saw saying, no, I can't agree with that, I'm like, how can you not agree with that? I mean, I guess you could whittle it down where it's like, well, even what you're saying, MEG, is still subjective. That may be true, but I like challenge people to explain to me. And yeah, you're saying, well, that's so neutral. That is neutral, but isn't that the way it is? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I can buy all of my $70 video games that I want to buy for as long as I want to. I can buy them every day, all day. Is that going to stop people from not buying video games and instead subscribing to a service? No, it will not. And so I exist in a world where both of these things exist individually. And I realize that a lot of the conversation we have, which is fueled by, it's fueled by the whole console war mentality at times. The situation I'm in is that, well, both of these things exist independently of one another, but yet so many people still feel the need to pick and choose as if you can only have one. Now, I know that that's removing the nuance. Don't get me wrong. I'm not acknowledging that the nuance of the conversation is essentially being removed entirely, because we do get into the conversation of, well, what about the AAA single player games we love? Can those continue to exist if it was just a service that was $10 or $15 a month? Of course we have to have those conversations, but nobody really knows the answer yet. And that's the thing, is we think we know the answer. We feel like we have the answer, but we actually don't. And I think that that's where people really become misguided, is people look at Game Pass as it is now and they say, well, Game Pass is absolute proof that we cannot. And then I would also, even as a PlayStation fan, I would say take a step back. We don't know that just yet. We need to give it a little bit more time. We need to give Xbox pretty much at least the remainder of this generation to see what they can do while operating with Game Pass as it is and their studios. And then I think we'll have a pretty clear answer. But then I can also say the same thing to people who are like, well, Sony's lying. Sony just wants you to believe. They just want you to believe that if they didn't charge $70 for the PS5 games, that the quality of their games would be reduced. And I'm like, well, let's take a step back there as well. We don't know that they're lying. Have we ever seen Sony release a AAA single-player game into a service? No. Have we ever seen Sony operate under that type of business model? The answer is no. So you cannot definitively say that there is no risk involved. You do not know the answer to that question. So what this boils down to is I, as a PlayStation fan, cannot say definitively, that AAA gaming is not sustainable. It is impossible within a service. I don't know that for sure. I can give my opinion and say, I don't think it is. I'm not convinced it is, but I don't know definitively. And so everybody who's against buying games at full price or seems to have such a problem with it, they have a, stick up their ass about it where they want to make it sound like it's such a big problem. You have to be able to say the same thing. You do not know if the quality of Sony's games would be reduced if they were to operate under a completely new business model. You do not know. And anybody who claims to know the answer to either of these questions, well, frankly, I wouldn't be listening to them because they don't know. Unless they're a time traveler, which they're not, it's arrogant. It's arrogant to think that you know definitively. So, I guess I'm just saying this because I see quite a few people speak like this. They speak as if they definitively know. And I admit I've been guilty of doing it from time to time myself. But we have to always be able to take a step back and just really, truly evaluate. Like, do you know, though? Like, do you actually know? Or do you just think you know? And so, yeah. Okay, Josh, you're saying... Sorry, I already read that one. FastX, inside, you're saying... Noir isn't working with them, that being Blue Box, anymore. They replied to me. Okay, yeah, I figured they weren't. Josh, you're saying, yet they complain about $70 games, but $300 for two. Well, again, this is where it's... I do understand what you're pointing out, Josh, and I don't really disagree with it. It's just... I know this sounds crazy, but I'm actually okay with the way things are right now. I am, and I'm going to tell you why. With the announcement of PlayStation Plus Premium, with the announcement of PlayStation Extra, and the announcement of the rebranding and the revamping of PlayStation Plus, Jim Ryan, PlayStation CEO, was forced to come out. He was forced to come out and answer some questions that needed answering. And the biggest question that was asked to Jim Ryan, as far to me, like this, it was just really nice to actually get an answer from Jim Ryan, from Sony. The question is, why are you not copying Game Pass? I mean, you got, when you know how to read between the lines, this is the question that Jim was asked. How come Sony with PlayStation Plus is not following Game Pass? How come you're not being competitive with Game Pass and you're not making your own Game Pass? And I know people will make fun of me for saying this, and frankly, I don't care if they make fun of me for saying this because, I'm my own person. I can, do what I want with my money, and what I deem valuable is what I deem valuable. I don't need somebody else to come at me and tell me what value is to me, what I should consider valuable. I don't need somebody else to do that. I don't need anybody to do that. I know what I consider valuable. And so when Jim Ryan says, look, we have a business model that we've been following. This business model has worked for us since the PlayStation 1. It's worked for us with the PS1, with the PS2, 3 and 4, and it's still working for us better than it ever has. Mind you, better than it ever has with the PlayStation 5. And he goes on to say that we fear that if we were to abruptly change our business model, I mean, let's face it, Jim didn't say it. But you don't need to be a rocket scientist to know it. It would make them less money. Their games would be less profitable. They would sell less games, and that's just a matter of fact. That is a fact. That is why they are not doing it. Make no mistake. It would hurt PlayStation. They would make less money. He didn't say that, but instead what he did say is, well, I mean, he said virtuous cycle, I think about 3 or 4 times more than he needed to. But he said that this is what I believe gamers want from PlayStation, from us. I believe that this is what they want us to stick to. And look, I know Jim Ryan doesn't speak for all gamers, and he certainly doesn't speak for all PlayStation fans, and neither do I. But all I can say respectfully is that that's what I like, and that's what I've liked. And the best way I can put it is I like the way Sony has done things. I like the way that they're continuing to do them. Do I think it's absolutely perfect? No, nothing is. There's always room for improvement, and there's always room for mistakes, which we have seen Sony make. You know? Because again, they're not perfect. But I don't feel upset about what Jim Ryan's saying. And I just think I think it is bizarre, frankly, that there are some people, whether they're other content creators or whether they are people on Twitter or people in the comment section, I think it's a little bit bizarre that they have to come to me and I mean, you know, I see somebody in the chat, they're like, I disagree with you there, MBG, and that's fine. Like, I think we can agree to disagree, and that's okay, and we can both give our points. But there are people who are imposing, and they bring it to a point where they will actually start to belittle you and berate you. I'm not saying it's everybody, and I'm not saying that PlayStation players don't also, some PlayStation players, they also do the same thing to people who enjoy consuming games from Game Pass. I'm not pretending that that doesn't exist. That absolutely exists. And it's just as ridiculous. But from my perspective, because I am a PlayStation player and I do pay for my games, and I make it known that I'm okay paying for my games. I prefer it this way. I don't mind. And I think it's fine. The amount of people that come at me and literally try to put me down because of this is, frankly, it's absurd. It's like, who are you? Who are you to tell me what is or is not valuable, what I should deem as value? Who are you to tell me that my $70 that went towards this game isn't worth it? Or that I'm wrong? I'm wrong for being okay with paying Sony $70 for a video game. I seriously have to ask this question. And so all I can say to all the people who want to get in my face, I guess, virtually speaking, about paying, like, oh man, Sony's so greedy. Sony wants all your money and you need to hate them. You hear me, MBG? You need to hate the fact that Sony is not doing day and date. You need to hate the fact that they are not competing with Game Pass. And all I can do is the old Captain America. No, I don't think I will. And that's all it is, man. That's all it is. I'm not going to engage in these these boxing matches of, well, this is why Game Pass is better. Boom. No, this is why Sony's better. Boom. Like, how about I just like Sony and I like the way they do things and I like their games and I'm okay paying full price for them and I'm cool doing that. How about I'm okay? People think I'm insane. Not everybody, but some people think I'm insane because I know, I'm going to say it. I'm okay. I'm okay with the way Sony is handling their PlayStation Plus revamp. Oh my God. No. He's completely lost it. I'm not saying it's perfect. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of room for improvement. By far. There's a lot of room, a ton of room for improvement with the service that Sony is offering. But as somebody who never expected Sony at this point in time in 2022 to come out with a Game Pass competitor, as somebody who doesn't support the Game Pass model, as somebody who doesn't put their money into that model, yeah, I'm okay. I'm totally okay with the way Sony's doing things. And I'm okay with saying that I like what Jim Ryan's saying. I have no problem telling anybody that. You know what? This virtuous cycle you keep mentioning, I don't know why you keep calling it a virtuous cycle, but I'm all for it. I'm all for it, buddy. Keep it going. And, I just hope that people understand. No. Let me scratch that. It's not that I hope people understand. I hope people actually tune in. And I hope they actually hear me out and they listen before they react to what it is I say. Because somebody will probably point out what I'm saying now and they'll be like, well, and I guess you're just okay with what Sony has done with GT7. And you don't listen. You don't tune in. You don't listen. You don't watch. And you make assumptions. Because believe it or not, I have seen this. People have mentioned this. They're like, well, if you're okay with what Sony's doing in the direction they're going in, then you're okay with getting, just basically them wanting to take every last dime from you. No, you see, PlayStation is pretty big. Okay, PlayStation is pretty big. Sony is pretty big, and there are a lot of different aspects of PlayStation. It's not just a singular thing. It's a multifaceted organization with a lot of different working parts. It's okay. You ready? It's okay to view each part individually and evaluate it individually. And then maybe, if you want to have an overview, go ahead, sure. But you're going to miss all the details, all the important things that you need to know. I think this is important to mention because, as I said, I will be talking about Xbox a little bit today. I see a lot of people mentioning State of Decay 3. Yes, I have to talk about this because this is a game that I am super excited for. Just like I was really interested to see what the initiative does. But you see, that's what people think. They think, well, MBG's only going to talk about the things he doesn't like with Xbox. I guess you just weren't tuning in again when I praised the hell out of Forza Horizon 5. I guess you just weren't tuning in when I said I think that Hellblade 2's gameplay, even though I need to see more of it, I like the atmosphere. I love what they're going for. I like it. I want to see more of it, but I like it. See, they don't tune in. And that's what makes these conversations so frustrating. And I have to say these things. Because people need to know that nothing here is just so singular. Nothing here is so close-minded that it can be whittled down to a 30-second clip of, well, MBG said this thing. You know what the problem is with these 30-second clips is they're devoid of all context. They're devoid of all context. And because of that, well, it paints a very different picture now, doesn't it? Well, I have a couple super chats here. Let me see. Zanarcan Blitzer, you're saying regarding the PlayStation Plus, PS1, PS2, and PSP classic games, will it just be playable for PS5 or is it also playable for PS4 too? You know, that's a good question. I think it's playable on PS4 as well. I'm pretty sure. I'm fairly certain it's for both PS5 and PS4. Don't hold me to that, but I'm like 99% sure. NPC? Is it PC? I don't think it's PC. Is it? Now that would be surprising to me. I PlayStation Now, I think, is available on PC, isn't it? But PlayStation Plus isn't? Is it PC? Frankly, it doesn't really matter, but the service says PC. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. So I guess that means PlayStation Plus is available on PC now. Correct me if I'm wrong, but PlayStation Plus was not previously available on PC. You can stream to your PC. Huh. Okay. That makes more sense. Yeah. Okay. Only streaming. There we go. I was going to say, like, I feel like people would have been making a bigger deal out of this. Surely I would have heard of this. This would have not went under my radar. Streaming. Yeah, okay. That was there for a while, I think. All right. Let me see. We have Mario B. You're saying Xbox still needs time. I'm curious to know what you think Xbox can do that would prove Game Pass is the way to go. I think that what Xbox needs to do to essentially prove the sustainability. I was going to say profitability, but we're not going to get into that conversation. I'll just say sustainability of Game Pass for AAA games is it's going to require them to show an investment in single player offerings that can get in the ballpark. In the ballpark. I want to emphasize that. It doesn't have to be identical. It doesn't have to be like the exact same, but in the ballpark of what we've seen Sony achieve with some single player games. All right. So if they can do that with single player and then multiplayer, well, they're already kind of doing a lot of, Microsoft has been pretty good with multiplayer already. And I just think it's just overall going to be, they need to change the narrative. Xbox has turned a lot of narratives around. But they need to change the narrative. And I don't know that they can. Well, we'll have to see. It's going to take time. They need to change the narrative that, well, we can produce games that are on the same level as most of Sony's games. If we can do that consistently, and that's the key word, consistently without wavering for quite some time, and we can drop all those games in the Game Pass on a consistent basis, then that will be something that it will hurt Sony. I don't think that it will necessarily force Sony's hand to match Game Pass, but it will hurt Sony. And this is why a lot of Xbox fans are like, well, wait till Bethesda starts dropping their games, and then maybe eventually Activision. Although, see, Pedazzo78, you're saying they already do that, MBG, but do they? I'm look, you know my opinion. Let's put my opinion aside. Objectively speaking, they have 25 million subscribers right now, I don't know. I don't know that the public is looking at games like Forza and they're not looking at, I don't think they're looking at Halo Infinite. And I guess you could say Psychonauts 2 as well. I don't know that they're looking at these games and coming to the conclusion that, well, they've done it. They have now matched Sony. I'm going to be honest. I think it's the fanboys saying that. I do. I think it's the fanboys saying that. I think that there are some Xbox fanboys who are really, really, really happy that Xbox had like a really solid second half of 2021 where they had Psychonauts 2, they had Forza Horizon 5, like I said, they had Halo Infinite. And it was just like boom, boom, boom. And they were all On Metacritic, they were reviewed very well, and there was a lot of talk around these games. And I think that, you know, there's like a group. I don't know if it's just fanboys. I don't want to like make it sound like if you think that you're crazy or like you're radical. There probably are just some casual Xbox players who feel that way as well. But I'm not convinced that the general public feels that way, that the majority of people feel that way, you know? And I could be wrong about that, but that's the general feeling I get. And what I think is it's going to take more than that, quite a bit more. I do, because let's just whittle it down here, guys. Xbox having one good half a year, I have to emphasize half a year, because it was from June 2021 till December 2021. Xbox has one good half a year. And I'm giving them the credit for that. I'm not taking that away. It was good for them. It was. I mean, look, I know a lot of people are like, Halo sucks now for whatever reason. I don't know. I haven't played it. I don't know. It just seems like people are down on Halo. But regardless, when it launched, people were high on it. We cannot sit here and pretend. We cannot act like that good string of months, that half a year, completely undoes all the previous years of Sony nailing it consistently since like 2014 or 2015. Do you see what I'm trying to convey? This is what Microsoft is contending with currently. It's a good start. It's a good start for Xbox. And I want to emphasize that. And it is promising. Like a lot of Xbox guys, they tell me like, MBG, dude, give Xbox some credit. And I am. Don't expect me to jump to the conclusion that, well, there we go. Xbox has had a good 6 months, consistent, and that's it. They did it. It's over. They won. Like, no. It's going to take more time. Just like people, they talk about Sony, like Sony's coming undone. Sony's messing up. Sony's going down. It's over. Like, hold on. Pretty sure that's going to take a lot of time. Like, if that's actually true, which I don't think it is, but if it is, we're going to need some time to let that reveal itself, all right, and work itself out. You're not going to know within the first year, it's like companies that do go down. You don't know that they're going down in the first year. It usually takes a couple years, and then it's like, oh, hindsight 2020. Of course, hindsight 2020. So what I'm saying right now is that Xbox needs to do more, and they need to keep it up. And maybe they can. If Xbox can have another really solid second half of 2022, where they got back-to-back-to-back game launches, and they review well. Redfall comes out, reviews well, people love it. Starfield is the big mega hit game that everybody is expecting it to be, and it's just like mind-blowingly awesome. Oh yeah, that's going to help Microsoft a ton. But that's going to have to happen, and we're not there yet. And so if we flash forward to, let's just say we're in April of 2023, and suddenly the conversation is, well, damn, Xbox had 2 solid years in a row. 2 solid years in a row. Yeah, then the conversation changes a little bit, where it's like, Xbox might be doing it, man. They're climbing their way up. They're getting close. They're catching up to Sony. But we don't know. We don't know. And this is, two solid half years. Yes, correct. So basically 1 solid year. But Xbox, they're all about the second half of the year, which I think they need to get better with that, for sure. That's one thing I've really appreciated about PlayStation is PlayStation's been pretty good at, since the launch of the PS5, having a steady cadence. Just a consistency. I do appreciate that. So, I'm not saying, I know that I spent a lot of time on your question, Mario B, but it's a good question. And I think that people, they want me to further elaborate, because I get too caught up sometimes in the console war nonsense where it's like, yo, Xbox sucks. And it's like, whoa, why? Because Game Pass sucks. Like, why? Because Halo sucks. You know what I mean? It's just like, there's no winning. And you see it on the other side too. It's like, yo, PlayStation sucks. Why does PlayStation suck? Because Horizon sucks. It's like, okay. And GT7 sucks too. It's like, oh, okay. So is there anything good? And that sounds like an extremely exaggerated version of like people talking about these consoles and these platforms. But dude, is that not an accurate depiction of Twitter or comment section sometimes? It absolutely is. It absolutely is. So maybe these groups of people should get together and just be like, maybe we can just conclude everything sucks. Maybe they'll be happier that way. Brett Williams, you're saying sub numbers for PS Plus would dwarf Game Pass overnight with day and date releases, though. It might actually make them more money. Yeah, and that's the thing here is like, I've talked about this before too. Brett, I want to point something out here that I don't know how many PlayStation fans or just how many people in general picked up on this, but Jim Ryan did not hold back, and he made it crystal clear that our main goal with PlayStation Plus Extra and PlayStation Plus Premium is not necessarily to get new subscribers. Of course, they want that, and they know they're going to get some, but their main goal is to upsell current subscribers. People like me, people like you, people who are really invested in PlayStation, and the 48 million subscribers that are here, they want them to, to upgrade. And if you think about it, if Sony can extract more money in that way without actually without actually having to, match something like Game Pass, that's going to benefit Sony. But there's a ceiling to that as well. This is why when I've talked about this before, but it's certainly worth saying again here. This is just the beginning for Sony and PlayStation Plus as a premium service, I guess you could say, as a spotlight service. This is just the beginning. Sony is going to inch by inch by inch keep growing this service. I say this service like it's something new, but PlayStation Plus. And you are right. The day, what people don't realize is that if Sony were to match right now, if Jim Ryan said, you know what, never mind, guys, we are doing day and date with PlayStation Plus. Like if it wasn't even premium, let's just say they just did it with PlayStation Plus, which they wouldn't, but that would be 48 million people right there. But they already have those 48 million people without having to offer day and date. All I can say is this. I see somebody says some calculations, 5 times AAA games. Looking at the math here. Well, I don't want to pretend, because I'm looking at what you're saying. I'm looking at the chat. There are people who are pointing out a fact, and I have to acknowledge that is a fact. And I am not trying to walk around that fact. I'm not trying to hide that fact. In fact, I think I even mentioned earlier, but the fact of the matter is, everything Sony does is to maximize profit. Sony does not operate in the red. They don't. They just don't. They haven't for a long time, at least PlayStation. Everything they do is for profitability. And I think sometimes what happens is enthusiastic PlayStation fans, they almost, I'm not saying they ignore this, but they don't really talk about it in this way. And instead, they decide, they focus on the good side of things, like what we're getting in return. And that's fine. And I think that some people try to use this against people because it's like, well, you don't care. That's like people throw, they point out the fact that you think Sony's quality would drop. Why is that? Well, because Jim Ryan's making it sound like they wouldn't be able to afford. They wouldn't be able to afford to continue to invest into their studios like they do now. And then people point out, well, did you see last quarter PlayStation's profit margins? Like, did you see how much money they made in pure profit? Like profit as in that's going in their bank? And that, yes, absolutely. Like, come on. We're going to pretend that that's not what this is all about? We know this. We know this. And this is why I try to get people to think of it this way. Would you, if you were, I know what you would want as a consumer. You want what I want. I mean, come on, guys. Let's not sit here and act like if Sony decided to become a charity overnight and be like, we're just going to give all our games out for free. Well, I don't know if I would necessarily be celebrating that because that would literally mean that, okay, well, they're done. They're done. They're going to go away in the next couple years. But maybe that's an extreme example. If Sony were to be like, you know what? The price of our games going forward, God of War Ragnarok, $25. It's going to cost you $25 to buy God of War Ragnarok. Oh my, that'd be awesome. Who wouldn't be excited about that? I'd be like, that is amazing. That is amazing. But why would Sony do that? Why on God's green earth would Jim Ryan, a man whose sole purpose career-wise is to make as much money for PlayStation as you can without making people hate us, why would he do that? Why would anybody do that? And I'm just trying to paint it this way because it's not hard to understand. You don't have to like it. You certainly don't have to love it, but you gotta at least understand it. You have to at least understand it. I've always pushed back against Xbox's narrative of, we're the good guys in gaming. We're your good friend. Come over here. We want to save you money. Please stop. Please just stop. I can't take it anymore. What you mean to say is, we can afford to lose money. Just get in the door. Come on in. Everything's great. Like, I know that I'm not trying to make it sound like Microsoft's evil or something, or like they have ill intent, but it's just their intent is, okay, we don't need your money now. We don't need all of it right now. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. Just come on in. We'll sort out the rest later. They just want to get you in the door. That's all they care about because they know that when they get you in the door, when they get you in, it's a lot easier to keep you there. The hardest part is now over. Sony has never had that problem, and I need to make that clear. Sony has never had a problem getting people through the door. People want to go through the door. People want to go to PlayStation. People are lining up to go to PlayStation. And this is all while Sony this is all while Sony is selling games at full price. So I'm just saying, for just a second, put yourself in Jim Ryan's shoes. It's you. Whatever your name is, you are now the CEO of PlayStation. Why would you change anything? Why? You're going to come to the same conclusion that Jim Ryan has come to, that all of Sony has come to, which is, well, we don't have to. Things are fine. Things are actually great. And that's something I had to continue to point out to people is the market speaks, man. Jim Ryan is not listening to crybabies online whining. But it's not like Game Pass. Jim ain't listening to you. Jim's busy looking at their customer base, the market. They're looking at, well, what are people buying? How are people what language are they speaking with their wallets right now? Is it good? And the guy next to Jim Ryan, Herman Hulst, he's pulling up the paper and he's like, well, I have good news, Jim. It's not just good. It's actually great. And then Tony the Tiger busts in and says it's great. And that's how it is. That's Sony right now. That's Sony. That's been Sony for a couple years straight now. Luis, please, man, please stop with the spam. I know. I talked about it. Relax. No spam. Come on. And, you know, I just need people to know that. Like, that's the position Sony's in right now. And people need to stop speaking as if that is not the position they're in. As if that is not the way it's been for a couple years. As if Sony is not continuing to break records. As if Sony is not continuing to rake in the money like it's nobody's business. You cannot blame a corporation for being focused on counting their money. What you need to blame, if you have a problem with it, is the market. And I know that this is where people are going to be like, well, then we blame people like you, MBG. And it's like, maybe, just maybe, the market is okay with this right now. And it will be okay for some time. You see what I'm saying? People get so in the weeds of these conversations where it's like, let's just cut to it. Let's cut to the chase and just talk about why. Let's just answer the question. Why is Sony not copying Game Pass? They have literally zero reason to copy Game Pass now, next year, or probably the next few years after that. They have no reason. Do you know why Game Pass exists? Do you think I see, damn, MBG shilling hard right now. See, Lewis, this is where you are not listening, man. This is not shilling. These are facts. Just because I can identify a fact, I literally just told you, my friend, I just told you that if Sony were to come out tomorrow and be like, yo, we're going to charge you $25 for our AAA games going forward, that's our new price point, I'd be celebrating that. That's amazing. I mean, I would ask, how is that going to work from a business perspective? But then I think to myself, who cares? They already did the math. It all adds up. That's not my job. That's their job. I'm just saving money. Right? So when they're not doing that, we have to ask why. And just because I'm giving you the answers to those questions, again, I didn't say you have to like it. To anybody who thinks this is shilling, clearly you don't like PlayStation's business model. Clearly you don't support the way Sony is going. And that's fine. You do not have to. And I encourage you, as well as every other consumer out there, speak with your wallet. Speak with your money. Because that is the only language that Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo, and any other company, that's the only language they speak. And if you are foolish enough to think that they speak any other language, well, that's on you. That's on you. Ricky says, I definitely don't like the way Sony is doing stuff. Well, like I said, man, I just, all right, I'm going to say this last thing, because I'm really starting to get on my, I have a question for the chat, and I'm going to read these super chats next. But I want to ask this question to the chat. And if you're somebody who is listening after the fact and it's not live, let me know your answer to this down in the comments, because I'm genuinely curious, and I might put out a poll. If Sony were to announce that going forward, Josh, I apologize. I was just thinking to myself, I'm like, there's something I forgot to say. I started a sentence. I asked a question and I didn't answer it. I asked the question as if I was going to answer it, and then I didn't answer it. So I'm going to answer that, Josh. Don't worry. Thank you for reminding me. But I want to ask this question first. If Sony were to announce that this is how it's going to work going forward. Whenever we release a first-party exclusive game, let's just use God of War Ragnarok, for example. God of War Ragnarok, let's just say it's going to come out June 1st, okay? What if Sony announced that for all of their games, after 1 year, they will go onto PlayStation Plus Premium? So on June 1st, 2023, God of War Ragnarok goes onto PlayStation Premium. On February 18th, 2023, Horizon Forbidden West goes onto PlayStation Premium. Because Returnal is going onto PlayStation Premium, or PlayStation Extra, not even Premium, PlayStation Extra, and it has not been out for a year yet. If Sony were to announce that for every one of their games, like if I wait 1 year, I will get this game on PlayStation Extra. How many of you would wait? How many of you would not wait and still buy it day one anyway? This is the question that we need to be asking. Because this is the question that Sony wants an answer to. I see a lot of people saying they would wait. It's tough. Like, I feel like, I'm not saying you guys are lying. I'm not. Like, because I believe you. Like, if you tell me right now, like, I would wait, I believe you. But, like, you got to really think about it. Like, think about the build up to the launch. Think about the state of play. Think about the review scores. Think about everybody talking about it. You're still going to wait a year? You're going to wait a year? I'm not saying I don't believe you, but these are just, like, when I think to myself, wait, I got to wait a year? Ain't happening. I'm playing God of War day one. That's a fact for me. So, all right. Here's another question. And then I'm going to answer the question why Game Pass exists. Here's the other question. Because I think I should do a poll for that one. Because I think that's a really interesting one. That's a really interesting one. Damn. I think I just forgot what my second question was. I got so caught up in the chat. Hold on, I'm giving you a second to come back to me. Oh. What the hell was I gonna? Oh my god, I'm annoyed now. I got so many different things going through my mind right now. Yeah, I apologize, guys. I'm gonna start working on these super chats. I apologize. I got quite a few. I'm gonna get to them. I forgot the question I was gonna ask. It must not have been that important then. Maybe it'll come back to me. Loss of memory. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe. I got that COVID brain, that COVID brain fog. I don't know. Oh, okay. All right. I got it. I just remembered what I was going to ask. Because it was so similar to the first question. That's why I forgot. Okay, so God of War Ragnarok, let's say that right now, we know it's not going to drop into a service as far as we know. It's going to be a full price game. It's going to launch maybe over the summer. If God of War Ragnarok was on track right now, you know what? I'm not going to use God of War Ragnarok because let's just use Spider-Man 2. Let's say Spider-Man 2 is on track right now to break all PlayStation records. So when Spider-Man 2 launches, let's just say holiday of 2023, it at full price at $70 on the PS5, only on the PS5, $70 flat out. It was going to sell 5 million copies within the first 3 days. 5 million copies within the first 3 days. That's what it's going to do. How many people, if that was announced, that Spider-Man 2 will drop onto PlayStation Plus 1 year later, and you know this, Sony tells you this, What would that number drop to? Would that drop to 3 million? Would that drop to 4 million? Would it still be 5 million? I guess what I'm trying to say is, are the millions of people that are going to be there within the first 2 or 3 days going to be there no matter what? No matter what. Even if they know if you wait 1 year, you can get this game for like $10 or $15 or whatever. You're saying it would drop to 2 million at least? These are the questions that we do not have answers to. And this is why we don't know. We don't know if, Sony can be successful with a service. Sony wants the best of both worlds, man. That's all I'm trying to convey here. Sony wants the best of both worlds. And they're going to, like I said, inch by inch, discover, what areas can we have our cake and eat it too? What areas can we not? I agree with Leo. People ain't going to wait 1 year. I think most people wouldn't. I think there are quite a few people who would, but like you're talking about people who, like Spider-Man and are excited. People are excited for God of War. I don't know. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. All right, I got to get to these super chats, guys. Let's go. I apologize. I'm like really behind on them. All right, so Blue Streak 320 says, it's not that I like to pay for games, but I like to own games. Yeah, and I agree with that, Blue Streak. That's how I feel as well. It's why I use the example of if Sony were to charge me $20 to own a physical copy of their brand new games, that'd be amazing. I get to own a physical copy of it. I actually own it. It's mine. It's tangible. And I got it for super cheap. I mean, hell yeah, that's ideal. But I don't think that's tangible or realistic. Not even for Microsoft in some cases. Rob, you're saying the fact that Nintendo and Sony don't have to lean on day and date because they sell tens of millions of copies for their first party games. There you go, Rob. There you go. See, I go on these long tangents and I go on and on and on, but you pretty much just summed it up in a single sentence. That's exactly it. That's exactly it right there. Sony and Nintendo sell not just a couple million copies of games, they sell tens of millions of copies. Microsoft has never done that, at least not outside of their major 3 franchises. And even then, I don't know if they've ever reached that level of success. To answer the question, why does Game Pass exist? That's why. Rob, that's why right there. Because Microsoft could not sell games the same way Sony and Nintendo do. They could not. They tried. They tried for a long time, and they could not. So they had to find another way. And Game Pass was their way. Sean Layden said before, if you want to release a first-party game day one on the service, you need at least 100 million subs. Yeah, man, I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll see where Sony goes with PlayStation Plus. They're almost at 50 million. So, I don't know. Did Sony hit a wall? Did Sony hit a wall with PS Plus? I feel like PS Plus growth has really stagnated. And if anything, maybe that explains why they're more focused on trying to get more out of their current subscriber base. I wonder what Sony would have to do to really grow it. I mean, it is still growing, but I feel like it's, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it didn't slow down, but I feel like it did. I feel like it definitely did. You're saying it's not even fully global yet? True. 48 million is still impressive, though, I'd say. Well, I don't know if it's impressive, but it's good. At the very least, it's good. Fendera, you're saying, I don't think that Microsoft first-party games would be on Game Pass day and date if they would sell 10 million plus copies. You're absolutely right. You're right. There's no way. There's no way. Do you know how much money? Microsoft would be making off of games selling 10 million plus at full price or close to it? Or even like 2/3 the price? That's just the truth, man. It doesn't. It's not something people have to be upset about. But although I don't know, like if you think about how many copies the Elder Scrolls 6, whenever that comes out, how many copies that could sell. That's why I was trying to say, man, like when Microsoft went all in with day and date games, when Microsoft did that, they knew like this is it for them. Like this either succeeds or we die. And by that I mean Xbox, but Microsoft is like, you're not going to die. You're not going to die. You're not going anywhere. It'll work. We will be here until it works, even if it takes years. They don't care. Xbox does not give a single shit about selling games anymore. And that's all you need to know. Xbox does not care about game sales. Sony cares greatly about game sales. That's all you need to know. That's the difference between Sony and Microsoft right now. But I think you're right. PlayStation fan says PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo together. Heart, high five. Yeah, why not? Although you said Nintendo. Nintendo. Space D, you're saying the best thing that can happen to Xbox is that PlayStation keeps pushing their old ways of doing things. That big contrast is highly beneficial to them. Well, that's the thing, man. If you think about it, that is the biggest advantage that they have right now. That if Sony were to take that away, what Xbox would still have quite a lot, but their biggest advantage would be taken away. And I agree. See, this is why Phil Spencer talks the way he does in his interviews. This is why Xbox marketing kind of fans the flames a little bit of the Xbox fans who are getting revved up about like the best deal in gaming, you know, better than Sony, you know, and Xbox is like, go ahead, run with that, do it. And because Sony can't do anything about it. Like Phil Spencer's basically looking at Jim being like, so what are you going to do, Jim? What are you going to do? You're going to stop selling your games at full price? And Jim's only option is, damn, they got us. They got us by the balls. Well, we'll just say the only thing we can say. We have quality. Take that, Phil. We have quality. You are still trying to get quality. Peace. Like that's what Jim's saying right now. That's Jim Ryan in this latest interview. Sir Holmes, you're saying Microsoft was trying to trick PlayStation to lower their quality of the AAA games and offer them on subscription. Sony is too smart for those boys. AAA Sony exclusives are still going to be high quality. I mean, Sir Holmes, that's an interesting way to put it. I mean, I think that's a little bit like mischievous. Like I don't if I'm saying that right. Like I don't think that's what Microsoft wants, but I do think, I'm gonna be real. I do think if Microsoft was like, I mean, Sony, if the quality of your games were to somehow be reduced, we wouldn't really have a problem with that. I'm not saying Xbox would celebrate it, but I feel like internally they'd be like, all right, we don't got to worry about getting games that are like, you know, that we don't have to worry about Sony and their games no more. We don't have to worry about games like God of War. I don't think so. I don't think Xbox would be kept up at night thinking, oh no, Sony's quality is dropping. Whatever shall we do? But I don't think that's necessarily their intent either. I'll tell you, Xbox's intent is obvious. Like Xbox wants Game Pass on PlayStation. Xbox wants Game Pass on PlayStation. They do. That's really what they want in the end. Mario B, you're saying, I think Phil Spencer said last year that they don't see PlayStation as main competitors anymore, and they're focused on the mobile gaming market. Yeah, they're focused on like Amazon and Google and Apple and Facebook and whatnot. And I think that's wise of them. They have to be vigilant of them, and so does Sony. But I love the position that Sony's in, dude. I do. I'm going to be honest. Like, I love the fact that Sony has built a fucking fortress. Straight up. Like, slowly over the course of just many years since 1994, they have built a fortress. I know that may sound like a dramatic analogy, but if you think about it, like, there's a reason why Google can't just come in and be like, streaming is the way of the future. You know, like, what? Like, what? Like, you're gonna come out here and you want to convince me and everybody else, the gaming world, that you're gonna compete with Sony? You're gonna compete with Sony? You can't even compete with Microsoft. Get the hell out of here. And you know, they got stomped straight up. Like, they literally dug a grave and were like, you know where the future is? In this grave. That's where it is. And they got in the grave, they laid in it, and then they just let gamers just shovel the dirt on top. And I'm telling you now that, like, the reason why that could happen is because Sony is entrenched, man. And Nintendo. And believe it or not, Xbox is there too. They're just not as deeply entrenched. But they're getting there for sure. And I love, like, that's what I love. And that's why I'm like, Sony can come out here and they can be like, we're just going to keep making the games we make, and we're going to stick to what has worked. And until somebody can come out and do it better than us, we're just going to keep doing it the way we do it. We're going to keep rolling the way we roll. Nobody has done it better than Nintendo and Sony. And Xbox tried to do it the same way. It didn't work for them. And I mean, I don't know. I do worry about the long-term success of not Game Pass, but, you know, Xbox chasing a different audience. But that remains to be seen. Zanarkand Blitzer, you're saying, I think PlayStation Classics will be available to purchase on the PlayStation Store later when a new license agreement with game developers is made to sell the games on PS4 and the PS5 store. Currently, only PS3 PlayStation Store. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I do agree with you, Zanarkand Blitzer. I said multiple times that this is just the beginning for Sony. This is just the beginning for Sony, and they have a lot. They have a lot planned, I think, with this in the long run, but I don't think they're gonna be bringing it all out at one time. And I think what Sony is doing is they are investing in PlayStation Plus as their main service in case the future really is service games. If the future really is service games, or not service games. If the future really is services, like Netflix-like services, like Xbox believes it is, Sony's going to want to make sure that they have some stuff ready to go if it is. And that's just smart business. And Jim Ryan even said that. He's like, look, we're talking about the short term. Jim is not being arrogant, and he's being honest, and he's saying, I don't know what the long run looks like. Who does? Microsoft doesn't. I don't. Jim doesn't. Sony doesn't. Nintendo doesn't. Nobody knows. He's just saying that, you know, there's no indication right now that a Netflix-like gaming service is going to be the dominant business model in gaming. There's no indication of that. And I don't know why people think there is an indication of that. You think because if the consumer says so, the consumer says so? You mean 25 million Game Pass subs? Sure, maybe, but that number isn't enough. That isn't anywhere near enough. I think Sean Layden was on to something, and I would say he probably has a pretty good idea when he's like, yeah, you're going to need like 100 million subs. Maybe then Jim Ryan will turn around and be like, well, maybe it is the future of gaming. But I can't blame Jim or anybody else right now for not believing that Game Pass is the future. Can't blame them. iSiler18, you're saying after 112 hours, I finished Horizon Forbidden West. Wow, that's a long time, dude. Easy 10 out of 10 over Elden Ring, personally. Different games, of course. Yeah, I'm still playing both. I don't know how many hours at this point I have in Horizon or Elden Ring. I have to check, but I put a lot of time into both. I'm playing Horizon very slowly and methodically. I am. And I'm okay with this. This is how I like to enjoy my open world games. I like to take my good old time. You're saying MBG Sean Layden doesn't understand the analysis from experts at Microsoft who have done the forecast. True. I mean, yeah, that's the thing is I don't want to make it sound like Microsoft or Xbox are haphazardly doing what they're doing. They're not. They do, but that doesn't mean they can predict the future. That doesn't mean they can predict the future. Timothy, you're saying, you know what's crazy? I've consistently found Xbox consoles on store shelves here in Canada, but PS5s haven't found consistently. I'll get both. Yeah, dude, it is insane to see just how bad, just I don't know, man, just how bad the shortage still is for Sony and the PS5. I don't know why. Like, it almost seems like Xbox has been able to produce more units, and I wonder why that is. But yeah, I don't know, man. I hope it improves because I don't want to see Sony get nervous. I don't want to see Sony get nervous where they're like, okay, maybe we do have to invest more in services going forward because we can't seemingly sell consoles the way we want. But they're smart. They know it'll fix itself over time. They are paying more under the table. I doubt that. Space D, you're saying, I don't know, MBG right now, Xbox is on a really, really good spot. Power and price narrative, Game Pass, Metacritics, and MPD narrative. PlayStation is sleeping. I mean, look, Space D, I'm not going to deny that. You are correct. Xbox has turned the ship around, publicly speaking. Like when it comes to public relations and just having having positivity surround the brand. Absolutely, they've turned it around. But again, you know, that there is a difference between internet speak, you know, marketing speak. There's a difference between seeing people cheer on Xbox and evaluating the numbers at the end of the day. And the numbers are essentially representative. The numbers don't lie. The numbers are representative of the market, and the market doesn't lie. And so, I think if anything, it's Xbox is proving that they can find a type of success in their own way, on their own terms. And I think Sony is essentially just saying, well, we're doing that too. And I think that's just kind of what we're seeing right now. So I don't disagree with you, Space D. Like, at this point in time, I don't think Xbox has to necessarily change much of anything. They just have to keep kind of doing what they're doing, and we gotta evaluate their future games. That's pretty much it. Josh, you're saying PSVR 2 showcase soon if they nail this headset. W. I'm nervous. I gotta be honest, Josh. I'm nervous in the public reaction to PSVR 2. I don't know how Sony views PlayStation VR. I can only assume that they viewed it as a significant success because they're doing another full-blown headset, and they're investing a lot into it. But I don't know. Like, when I talk about PSVR on my channel, or like when I talk about PSVR in general, like it doesn't get the same. And I'm only speaking based on, it's anecdotal. It's just, my experience on my channel here. It's not indicative of the bigger picture at all. But people, I don't know, man. Like it seems like it's still very niche. It really does. And the thing that I'm going to be paying attention to with like a PlayStation VR 2 showcase is how serious is Sony about really putting their full weight behind making this thing like mainstream. I don't know. I feel like it's probably not going to be that big of a push, mainly because it's going to be tethered to the PS5, and they can't even sell PS5s at the rate that they want to. So I don't know though. That doesn't mean I'm not excited for it. I don't want people to confuse that. Like, I'm still very much excited, but I'm from like an industry standpoint and seeing what PSVR 2 can do in the gaming industry. I'm interested. I'm interested to see what angle Sony takes this time. By the way, guys, before I go any further, we have over 1,000 people hanging out here with me, which is awesome. Thank you guys so much for that. Please hit the like button for me. We can easily crush 500 likes. We could probably go well beyond that if everybody chips in. Let me see. We have Swizz, you're saying PS funds Sony, Microsoft funds Xbox. That's why they can't do Game Pass. Yeah, you're right. You're right. That is, that equation is correct, man. PlayStation does fund Sony, and Microsoft funds Xbox. If it was the other way around for Xbox, unfortunately, they probably would have went under a while ago. So it's a good thing that it's not. Sony, I don't know. Like, Sony almost, if you remember back at the early PS3 days, Sony almost went under, man. At least PlayStation did. And Sony got dead serious, and they put the gloves on because they were like, okay, this is it. Like, we got to save this ship before it sinks, and we got to get sailing here. And they did. They did. And you could say Xbox is doing the same thing now, but they're doing it in a different way, you know, where it's almost like there's a giant life preserver surrounding the entire ship of Xbox, where it's like, well, you can't sink now. You just can't sink. It's like, oh, okay. All right, let me see. Kevin, you're saying Sony has to make money for both long and short term since the console is their bread and butter. Microsoft games / Xbox is a side hustle. They're hoping it takes off. Totally different business strategies. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, Kevin. Like, I don't look at it as like Microsoft sees Xbox as a side hustle. Like, I feel like calling it a side hustle really makes it sound like they don't have anything invested in it. No, like, I'm going to tell you right now, it used to be that way, but Microsoft does see Xbox as a major part of the future of Microsoft as a whole corporation. I say this because, dude, they just let Phil Spencer spend $68 billion on Activision. You don't let a side hustle do that. And that's just the truth, you know? But I do get what you're saying. Like, Xbox can afford to fail. That's what it comes down to. They can afford to fail, and it'll be okay. Because if they fail, they could just wait it out and do what they got to do to succeed. They don't have to worry, per se. But, you know, maybe that's a little bit disingenuous as well. I don't want to make it sound like over at Microsoft, they're like, oh, you know, just lose billions of dollars. No big deal. We don't care. Like, no, they care, but bigger picture, bigger picture. Okay, Kapapa, you're saying, I'm willing to pay the real price for the games simply because cheap and good does not exist. If you want cheap and good, you buy twice. First the cheap and then the good. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, man, is like, I think there can usually be a good middle ground where something is not necessarily dirt cheap, but it's like more affordable and it's pretty decent, pretty good enough. But that's why the thing is I don't look at a lot of what Sony does as just good. I don't, and if I did, I'd talk very differently about them. I look at a lot of what Sony does as great. I do. And you say, well, cheap and good doesn't exist. Well, cheap and great certainly is an unrealistic expectation and proposition. So that's how I look at it. Josh, you're saying, do you know why Game Pass exists? MBG, tell him. Onyx, you're saying Jim Ryan also said things can change in the future. And I think he was very smart for saying that, man. I think he had to cover his ass just in case. Michael Pierre, you're saying Sony making good business decisions and Xbox bleeding money. LOL. People really stupid out here for real. Michael, you're not wrong, man. You're not wrong. That's what this boils down to. Sony's making money. They want to keep making more money. They want to make sure they're always in the green and in the and profiting. Microsoft or Xbox really isn't in the green, man. Like they're not, and they are bleeding money. They are bleeding money, especially with these massive acquisitions. Again, like can you blame Sony? I don't think you can. Mo Mr. Izzle. I don't know if I said your Mo Mrizzle. I don't know if I'm saying your name right. Saying personally, I'm not waiting for a year to play a Sony exclusive that I'm excited for. I usually buy my games day one. That's how I feel as well. I'm in total agreement with that. Like maybe there's some games, like if there's a game that I'm like kind of excited for, but not totally excited, maybe I'd be like, okay, I'll wait for this one. But more often than not, when it comes to Sony games, I'm usually looking for them, you know? You're saying MBG bleeding with how much money Microsoft makes. It's nothing more than a deep paper cut. Yeah, I agree. I agree, actually. Anthony Perez, you're saying, LOL, do Game Pass lovers not think Xbox wants their money too? Halo doesn't have microtransactions, keeping you subscribed all year to drop 2-day and dates. Well, that's the thing, man. It's just like Xbox is working in. It's all about volume. It's all about the numbers, like the large numbers of like, you know, if we give the value proposition, yeah, we'll lose money for now. We might lose money for a while, but we'll eventually get to a point where that value proposition will take over and everybody will jump on it. And eventually it'll be 50 million, 75 million, 100 million. And then, yeah, eventually it could become profitable for sure. But yeah, you know, that's the thing is people need to not talk about Xbox as if they're not trying to get your money. Like the worst thing is like, oh, you get games for free on Game Pass. Like, no, you don't. It's not free. It's cheap. It's not free. Not sure why people are saying it's free. I guess people are like, oh, well, it pays for itself. Well, it's like, okay, so you're just saying it's cheap. It's cheap and a good deal. Okay, but it's not free. That is the biggest marketing win that Microsoft has achieved, where like people talk about it like it's like they're getting games for free. And it's like, yeah, I get it. Like I get why people do that. Magnum Visuals, you're saying if all you look for in gaming is saving and scrapping for games, then you don't value your time. Well, to be fair, Magnum Visuals, I think that's for each individual to decide for themselves. But I mean, to me, gaming is something that's really important and it means a lot to me. And I'm not looking for like when I approach video games, I'm not just thinking, well, how much money can I save? That's not the way I think. What I'm thinking is, you know, where's like the next really good game that I can play? Like, where's the next amazing experience for me? That's how I'm thinking. And I know that not everybody thinks that way. Gamer X, new member. Thank you so much, buddy. Welcome aboard. Aaron Yogurt, you're saying Returnal is from a smaller studio. Sony is more likely to drop games like Returnal sooner than they would God of War Ragnarok. I agree. And I think Returnal is a good example, man. Returnal released on April 30th. I think it was April 30th of 2021 for $70. And I paid $7 to be playing that game day one. And I put over 100 hours in that game over the course of a couple months, and I got the platinum. And now I'm hearing that Returnal is being dropped into a $15 a month service, I think, for PlayStation Extra. Do I feel upset? Do I feel ripped off? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Don't regret a thing. I knew where my $70 was going, and if I had any, hesitation, I would have not paid the $70, but You know, I was happy to do so. I was happy to be a day one buyer of Returnal, to show them that I like this game. You know, there were a few things about it that I was like, hopefully it doesn't disappoint. Hopefully it's as good as I'm hoping. You know, but yeah, it was worth it, man. It was worth it to me. Aaron, you're saying MBG, think about it. This new PlayStation Plus service might be a third-party day and date service, and all you got to buy is the first-party games. Yeah, I've seen quite a few people talk about it in that light as well, where it's like, well, maybe Sony is looking at this as the biggest strength can be, it can be third-party games, and that's certainly a possibility. I don't know how aggressive Sony's going to be with that. If I had to assume, I don't think they're going to be that aggressive. I think they're going to wait a little bit. I think Sony just wants to see how many people are they going to get? How many new subscribers are they going to get? And how many people are going to upgrade? I hate to say it, but Sony's being stingy. I know, I don't know how else to put it, but Sony's basically seeing like, how much can we get for the least amount of effort here with our service? Granted, I do want to emphasize there's quite a bit we don't know about PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium. Like, we don't know all of the games. We don't know if they're going to have improvements, visually speaking. You know, we don't know if they're going to have trophies or anything. You know, it's why I'm totally okay with turning to Sony and saying, frankly, PlayStation, what you're offering me, I am a PlayStation Plus subscriber. What Sony wants me to do is to be like, and I'm also a PlayStation enthusiast, but I'm a PlayStation Plus subscriber as well. Sony is looking to people like me to turn around and be like, yo, yeah, I'm subscribing to PlayStation Premium, $120 a year. Here you go, Sony. But I'm not. And I'm not pissed. I'm just like, no, thank you. Like, what you are offering me does not seem that valuable to me. It doesn't seem worth $120 to me personally. To me, I'm not speaking for anybody else. So I'm just going to stick to basic PS Plus. That's what I'm going to stick to. And that's what Sony is trying to figure out right now, is how many people are playing on PlayStation, subscribe to PS Plus, that are like me, versus how many are like Dan in the chat, who says I'm 100% getting that at $120 a year. We will see. We will find out. I'm sure at the next earnings report or whatever Sony does, they will talk about this. Put that down. KD, you're saying, MBG, you got to speak on all the bots like Destin/Jez/KidSmooth going out sad and begging Elizabeth Warren on Twitter to allow the Activision acquisition. Dude, I'm not. Dude, look, I seen this shit and I'm just like, that's their battle to fight, man. I don't give a shit. Like, I don't care. All I've read, I've seen headlines of people, not people, but like from outlets talking about how they're like senators, and there's just seemingly a lot of different things that are getting in the way of this acquisition. And I don't know much about these things. Like, I don't know if I'm correct in saying it seems like it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Microsoft to acquire Activision Blizzard than maybe they originally thought. I'm just seeing these things, and look, man, look. When it comes to sexism in the gaming industry, it's pretty clear. Like, you don't have to be, again, a rocket scientist to kind of see that it's pretty much everywhere. Like, it doesn't, like, it's not just one company. It's not just Microsoft. It's not just Activision. It's not just Sony. It's not just Ubisoft. It's everywhere, you know? And all these companies have, like, they're having these problems, but to different degrees. And I think that we can all agree that Activision Blizzard is the absolute worst. When you hear the shit that's coming out of there, it's like, what the fuck is going on over there with you people? Like, what are you doing? Like, get your shit together, right? You hear about from Sony, where like with Sony, there's like 7 or I don't have the info in front of me, so apologies if I'm getting my facts confused here. But they have like, I think like 7 or 8 different women that have like come forward and they're like, yo, Sony's been treating me like shit because I'm a woman and I hate them. and I want justice for that. All right. And, it's like Microsoft has the same thing happening with their, like, literally their first party studio. They're having the same thing happen with Undead Labs. And so it's just like, you can't, like, these, when somebody comes out and says, I mean, Microsoft is going to acquire Activision Blizzard, they're acquiring all that baggage. All of it. They're acquiring all of that. And you're just supposed to assume that this $1 trillion corporation is just going to be able to fix it and not possibly make it worse. Well, I kind of get that. Like, I mean, when I look at Activision and I look at, like, Bobby Kodak's the one in charge, and I you hear the stories that are coming out there. Yeah, it really does kind of become like, can it get worse? Can it get, like, I mean, I'm sure it probably could get a little bit worse, of course, but it's pretty bad. You know what I mean? Like, it's pretty bad. And I see a lot of guys, not just guys, but just a lot of people on the internet basically saying how Microsoft is going to save Activision. And I'm like, you might want to, like, that's ideal. Like, I'm an idealist. I try to be a glass half full type of person. I get it. Like, if Microsoft can save Activision Blizzard and turn them around and fix them right up and eradicate the clearly systemic I don't think it's racism, it's sexism in this case, within this company, then great, go do it, or eradicate it, right? But do we know that? I mean, when we're getting a report from one of their first party studios that there's rampant sexism of some kind, you know what I mean? It's like, I'm just saying, we just got reports from Sony, out of Sony, that, like, there are women coming forward saying that, yeah, there's some systemic sexism going on here, right? If Sony if Sony was acquiring Activision, which they never could, but if Sony were acquiring a company that has the worst track record, I would not be out here being like, guaranteed Sony will fix that. Sony will fix that. Like, will they though? Like, you sure about that? Like, are you sure that they don't have their own problems and that they're just going to inherit more problems to deal with? This is what I'm saying. Like, these fucking people who come to me and they call, they call me a shill. They make it seem like I'm the one cheerleading for a fucking corporation. I'm not the one out here saying that I trust a billion or $1 trillion corporation to not fuck things like that up. I'm not going to come out here and bat and vouch for Microsoft and say, Microsoft is going to eradicate the sexism because I believe in them. What? Don't get me wrong, though. I do want to say this. If it boils down to Activision staying the way they are, or taking their chances with Microsoft, and maybe Microsoft can make it a little bit better and slowly fix it over time, I trust Microsoft more than I trust Activision and where they are now. Because let's come on, like, you can't convince me Microsoft or anybody at Microsoft, I don't know, like Phil Spencer, obviously, he seems like a really good guy. I don't think he's on the same level as Bobby Kotick. No way. There's just no way. And I don't even think anybody at Sony, like Bobby Kotick, that dude seems like a straight scumbag. Where it's like, how is this man still here? You know what I mean? Like, how is this man still in charge? And so, yeah, it's a complex and a delicate topic for sure. But I just think that people got to be careful where it's like, look, man, this is an issue that's rampant across the entire industry. Well, almost the entire industry. I don't want to say everywhere, but it's there. And you can't pretend that any of these companies, especially the bigger ones, you can't pretend that they're just the good guys. We don't know shit. We do not know shit. And it would be better to just assume that every company has their problems. Some just, they're way worse than others. And that's the best way to look at it. And so the best I could say, again, is that if Microsoft acquiring Activision helps improve them in any way and doesn't make things actually worse, then that's good. But I can also understand why some people will be like, yeah, but is that what's going to happen? You know, it's a tough situation. It is. But I will say that I don't, just for what it's worth, I don't think Activision could get worse under Microsoft. Like just my gut instinct, I don't think they could. Activision is so bad, man. Like they're so bad. And I know Microsoft has their own set of problems, but there's just no way. Like they're two, I think, different situations entirely. We have Mitul Patel saying Sony just has a terrible marketing strategy, but better formula in terms of quality games and consistency. Even after buying many top-tier studios, Xbox struggles to deliver, but they have a lot of smoke to cover it up. I think that's a pretty good way to put it. Although the only thing I would here's where I think what you describe as the smoke, they have a lot of smoke to cover it. I think that smoke is essentially the convincing. It's convincing people that Sony has a terrible marketing strategy. I don't know if I would call Sony's marketing strategy terrible. I would say that it's been mixed. It's been mixed. Like Sony has definitely had to do some double takes and walk things back, but they've had blunders for sure. But I don't know, man. I feel like, yeah. Also, thank you for the generous donation, man. Thank you for that. I don't know. I feel like you say Xbox struggles to deliver. I mean, maybe that we'll talk about that. We have two reports. We have two reports regarding Xbox to go over that I think you guys are going to want to hear. It's starting to rain. Man, thought we were going to have like a sunny day. Guess not. But thank you for that, Mitul Patel. Kendall Fire 22, you're saying Sony's biggest problem is how they have refocused their marketing team from being for the gamers to being premium. It makes them look arrogant. Yeah, but Kendall Fire 22, what's really important about this is that wasn't Sony's choice. Microsoft took that from them. You understand that, right? Microsoft made it so you can no longer say you're for the gamers because that's what we do now. That's the Game Pass effect, where it's Sony would have some brass. I mean, I was gonna say it has some brass balls, but in a way, Jim Ryan did still say it though, right? He did still say in his interview, he's like, "Yo, we think this is what gamers want." I mean, it's not the same as having a tagline for the players, right? It's not, but Sony still thinks that what they're doing is what their gamers want and what maybe even most gamers want. And so I know you're saying it makes them look arrogant, but this is where Microsoft's marketing has effectively strong-armed Sony into this corner, where Sony now has to come out and they have to emphasize their biggest strength, which is, well, we have. You know, we have quality and we're premium. You know, I think I'm gonna have to let my cats out. They're both trying to get out. Bacteria TV says, y'all capping for shiny PS4 and PS5, Horizon Forbidden West, God of War, Ragnarok, and GT7. I don't know. Man, it's raining really hard though, all of a sudden. That sucks. I'm only saying that because it's been raining a lot. I want some like nice weather. I want some nice days. Let me see. Yeah, I'm just looking outside and I'm like, you know, it's really, really, really windy all of a sudden. So if for some reason I lose connection or something, I shouldn't. It's been a long time since I've like lost power or anything like that. But I'll just say that now, just in case just in case if suddenly my stream just cuts or whatever, you know why. Mario B, you're saying, I think for the mobile market, they need different types of games. Try playing an open world game like Horizon Forbidden West on a 5 to 6 inch screen. Like, come on, LOL. Yeah, I'm telling you, the mobile market should never, ever be merged with the premium gaming market. They shouldn't. They need to remain separate. I'm telling you, this is why I'm okay with Sony saying what they're saying, because the last thing I would want to hear Jim Ryan say is like, we're trying to appeal to the 2 billion people with smartphones. I'd be like, what the fuck? Like, please God, no. That's the last thing I want to hear. So, yeah. Space D, you're saying next MPD is going to have some crazy splits for Xbox. Yeah, dude, I assume you're talking about like Xbox sales. I don't know, man. I'm really interested to see how this pans out when it comes to how these consoles sell, because yeah, Xbox has been leading, and it's not because people aren't interested in the PS5. I mean, Space D, even that. People want PS5s, but it's like, my God, what is happening with Sony? What is happening with Sony that they really cannot produce at all? Like, they're really hitting a wall here. And that's scary. That's scary because that is their business model. Tom R, you're saying it is possible to pay more for priority manufacturing. That's probably what Microsoft is doing, and also why Sony and TSMC are building a plant in Japan. Okay, that actually would make sense. That would explain it entirely. If that isn't that weird though? Don't you think Sony would be the one to pay for priority manufacturing and not Microsoft? Because Sony, their business model still relies on the console, whereas Microsoft's doesn't. So that would be kind of weird if that's what was going on. Zay Very Rare, you're saying, what's up, MBG? I hope your day is going well so far. Well, thank you. It is. You're saying, never give up on what you feel passionate about. I have faith that you will soon have your own insider. If you can imagine it, you will obtain it. Yes, I need my own insider. I need a reliable insider. I would open my DMs on Twitter and be like, if you are an insider, please tell me. But man, I'd get so many trolls, and it would be tough. I need one of my close friends to go work for Sony and rise in the ranks and feed me info. This is what I need. Reliable insiders, man. We'll talk about that too. Crazy ass rumors going on all this week, and for what? Jessica Gross, you're saying a quick Google search shows you get way more games from PS Plus and PS Now versus Game Pass by far. Well, nobody wants to talk about that, Jessica. Even I'm assuming there's truth to that. I haven't Googled it. I haven't looked into it just because I'm not really interested in the services. But if that's true, yeah, people won't talk about that, man. I'm telling you, Microsoft has created I don't want to say an insurmountable marketing mountain for Sony to be able to climb. An impenetrable marketing fortress is what I should say, with what they've achieved with their day and date and their best value in dealing gaming marketing. But yeah, Sony, all I'm going to say is there's a reason why Sony relegated this to a freaking blog post on a Tuesday morning. Okay, there's a reason why Sony relegated this to a freaking blog post, because they knew, well, this is probably not going to look ideal, So, but yeah, I mean, who cares about that though, right, Jessica? Who cares? YJT99, you're saying Sony dropping Elden Ring hints on Twitter a lot lately. Do you think they may have purchased From Software? No, I don't. I don't know. I want to say From Software would be a great pickup for Sony, but I don't think they purchased them. I love the tweets from PlayStation though, where it's supposed to be like reading a message on the ground in Elden Ring. Like why is it always Monday? In short, don't give up, or something like that. Like, that's amazing. That's perfect. Absolutely perfect. But yeah, I think it's just because Elden Ring is extremely popular and Sony is probably getting a lot of sales and making a lot of money off this game. So, it's why not market it a little bit on your platform, It's free marketing for sure, but it's easy. It's just an easy dunk, Although I will say I haven't been following the Xbox Twitter, but I don't think they've been tweeting about FromSoft. Maybe they have. I don't know. But we'll talk about acquisitions because we have to talk about what the hell is going on with apparent acquisitions in Sony. I apologize that I just snorted into the mic, guys. I'm sorry. I told myself I wouldn't do that. That was really rude, and I know that was disgusting. So I apologize. Forgive me. I will try to remove myself the next time I do that. That was just instinctive. I'm sorry. I'm sick. I just lost like 50 viewers. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that you had to hear that. William, you're saying the best thing Google Stadia did was put together a team of some of the best developers in the world for Sony to buy thanks to Stadia, LMAO. Hashtag Haven Studio. That is true. That is true, dude. That is a fact. D-Doc, you're saying, how much did Microsoft spend on Mixer and Ninja and then just still shut it down? I forgot about that, man. Yeah, but I don't know that that's... I don't know that that's... I don't know that can be compared. Like I get what you're saying, and Microsoft does have a history with that, but I don't know. It's like different than the entirety of Xbox, right? But yeah, that is true. That is true, and that was weird. Unintended Studios, member for 18 months. Thank you, buddy. You're saying I can play all of my old Sony games free and legal on my Xbox and PC if Sony gives the option to buy digital classics again. Sure, but I'm not renting. Timothy, you're saying a snort. You've become the DSP of the PlayStation community. I'm sorry. I feel like I'd never really do that, or not that often, but I've been sick so many times this year. I've been sick like 4 or 5 times this year so far. It's unbelievable. And it's annoying as hell. And, I've just been very, I don't know, mucusy. Really, though, it's the truth. It's being sick sucks. But I'm feeling better. So, yeah, we got 2 topics down. All right. We got the blue box topic down. We got most of the PlayStation PS Plus. I'm just checking Twitter. All right. Before we move on to the next topic, I do have to say one last thing. Tom R, you're saying, can we talk about Hassan's disastrous podcast appearance? Shaking my head. Reveal next week. Haha. We did talk about that, Tom R. If you missed it, we spent like the first 40 or 45 minutes of this podcast talking about it. So you'll have to tune in once this is done airing to check it out. Mario B, you're saying my daughter said she thought she heard Peppa Pig. Nice, dude. Nice. Yeah, you did miss it, but don't worry. You'll have something to look forward to when this is over, because we did talk about it for like the first 45 minutes. Guys, give me just 1 second. I gotta go. Can you hear my cat? Can you hear her? She's like screaming at the door. I'm gonna go let her out real quick, and I have to say one more thing about the PlayStation Premium, and then we're gonna move on to the next topic. So give me just a second, guys. Come on, let's go. All right, I'm back. But where's Boss? I think. Okay, now I'm getting annoyed. Leia wanted out. I let her out. And Boss just looked at me like, yeah, I want to stay. And I'm like, okay. And now he's standing at the door. Like, dude, I just got up. You kidding me? I swear, man, these cats like to troll me when I'm live. Okay. So the one other thing I wanted to say really quick before we move on to the next topic, something that people were bringing up about PlayStation Plus Premium that they don't like, and people have been using this as a they're like weaponizing it against PlayStation fans, where if you are somebody who is okay with PlayStation Plus Premium, then you're basically telling Sony that you're totally okay, like paying to play old games and stream them. And I get this. Like, look, my stance on this is simple. There's no denying that Xbox did it better. Okay? Like, I think every single person can agree with that. That when it comes to Xbox's approach to backwards compatibility, nobody really does it better than them. And it's the most consumer-friendly form of backwards compatibility. And I give them a lot of credit for that. And there's no denying that what Sony is doing is not as good as that. It's just not. It's in no way, shape, or form as good as it. But at the same time, I'm gonna be honest right now. And I'm just going to try to look. I'm not saying that there aren't people who like to play older games. I'm not saying that there aren't maybe even a decent amount of people who like playing older games, like PS3 games, PS2, PS1. But realistically speaking, and I'm not saying this to justify it, but I'm just saying it's like, if you have to wonder, like, maybe why Sony doesn't actually care that much and why they're just okay, like being like, yeah, we're just going to put it in our premium tier. I just don't think nearly as many people care about playing older games as maybe like enthusiasts want to believe, or maybe as much as the internet wants to believe. I mean, Sony has access to the data. And let's not forget, guys. Let's not forget that as far as I'm aware, Microsoft pretty much ended their backwards compatibility program. I don't know if they didn't end it, but they're like, we're taking a good long break. And dude, look, this is the truth. You know, I've been honest with you about Sony. I've been honest with you. And I've told you that Sony wants to be profitable. Sony's being a little bit stingy, maybe even really stingy to a certain extent with their service. They want to make money. Sony wants to make money off you, and they're not hiding that. I'm going to be real with you about Xbox right now, too. Anybody who thinks that Xbox pursued backwards compatibility last generation because they just love you, they care about you and your old games, you're fooling yourself. Microsoft pursued backwards compatibility because they knew that if they could successfully do it, that would be a major leg up over their competition. And one of the only areas in 2015, I mean, Xbox was down, man. They were down bad. They needed something, and they found it, and it worked, and it was effective. But there's a reason why, they're like, okay, well, we're going to kind of move on from that a little bit, and it's because they don't really need it the same way that they did before. And they did a lot of good work. Like, again, it was a win-win for Microsoft and the consumer. But people, I think, forget, like, what Sony went the whole generation with the PS4 without any form of backwards compatibility outside of streaming PS3 games. And Sony had their best generation ever. That's a fact, people. I'm not saying it's ideal for the consumer or for us, but it's like, I know it seems easy where it's like, I should not scream. I should be upset with Sony because it's like, damn you, Sony, paywalling these old games. Why are you doing this? Why can't I natively play PS3 games? But it's like, I know why. I literally have the answer. You know, I can't sit here and pretend that I'm upset that I can't play Metal Gear Solid 4 on my PS5 because I'm not. It's cool, man. It's cool. But I understand that when people want to turn and they want to say, dude, the way Sony's handling this, it's not ideal. It's not that great. They could do a lot better. You're absolutely correct. I want that to be known. I'm not defending Sony. I'm simply speaking my indifference towards the way their approach. But I do agree that if Sony really wanted to, they could invest a lot of time and a lot of money and a lot of resources into creating a form of backwards compatibility and in their service, PS3, the whole thing, the whole 9 yards. They could do it, but they don't want to. They don't want to, and you know, it's just I think it's because they see the data, man. Like I'm just being real. I think it's because Sony looks at the data and they have to ask themselves, is this worth? You know, we're investing in PSVR 2. We got a new console. We're still supporting PS4. We got PlayStation Now. We got PlayStation Plus. We got our studios, AAA games. Is this worth it for us? Like, should we double, triple, or quadruple down on these older games? And you're saying they're out of touch with what fans want. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I will say this. We did hear that apparently behind the scenes, Sony is working on a solution. And I said that this makes sense because Sony cannot rely on the PS3 server farms forever. They can't. That's not tangible in the long run. That's not a tangible or reliable long-term solution. They're going to have to find a way. And so it makes sense that they're working on it. But I was listening to Mystic talk about it, and I think what he says is true, where he was like, I don't think he said people are going to be disappointed, but he was basically framing it like people are going to have to keep their expectations in check. If Sony does properly, like, you know, let's just say a year from now or 2 years, they announce that, oh yeah, we can do PS3 emulation now. He was saying they're going to have to pretty much do it the same way that Microsoft did, where they're going to have to like relicense games. They're going to have to, you know, they're going to have to make a profit off of it. Like they're not just going to give you games for free. They're not. They're going to sell these games just like Sony or Microsoft did. And he was saying like, it's probably going to be like a very small pool of games, like 50 games or something. And people are probably going to get all upset and be like, why is it only 50 games? And it's because people don't understand that like, it's not that simple. Like Sony can't just flip a switch and be like, we're going to sell our entire catalog now. You know, it doesn't work like that. And this is where I'm just thinking like, yeah, I don't know, man. It sounds like a real headache. It does, between the cell processor and all that. And I'm like, if Sony were to ask me, hey, MBG, if we do this, you're going to play all these PS3 games, right? And be like, no. I mean, and this is the last thing I'm going to say before I move on to the next topic. Jim Ryan, still to this day, although not nearly as much, but Jim Ryan gets ripped to shreds because of that comment he made about Gran Turismo, when he was like, why would anybody, when we have the latest, I think at the time it was Gran Turismo Sport for the PS4, he was like, why would anybody want to go back and play Gran Turismo 2? Like, why? Why would you choose that over the latest version of Gran Turismo? And I know that was like not the right thing to say, but I gotta ask, was he fucking wrong? I mean, truly, was he wrong? I'm not saying that that's justification that, well, the game should be eradicated from existence. No, I'm not saying that. But I'm just saying, what kind of lunatic? Okay, maybe not lunatic. I'm not going to say you're a lunatic, but it's like people talk about Metal Gear Solid 1 and how amazing that game is. But anybody who talks about going back and playing it, they're like, oh my God, it's really hard to play. Like, it's really hard to play. It's almost like this game would be better getting a remake. And it would be better that anybody in 2022 experience a remade version of Metal Gear Solid 1 rather than try to play this original, because it's rough, you know, with the controls and everything. And like, I get it. I get it. It's like you talk about Resident Evil 2 remake, right? I played the original Resident Evil 2 and I played the remake, and I get, like, there is something about the original that's just, it's kind of special, right? Like, there's something in its DNA that allows it to stand out on its own. But the reality for me, and I think I speak for a lot of modern day gamers here, if I was given a choice, like, you have to play Resident Evil 2, and you can only play, you can only choose between either playing the original PlayStation version, but it's like upscaled. Maybe it's upscaled to higher frame rate, right? Okay. Or you can play Resident Evil 2 remake. You think I'm not going to choose the remake? You think I'm going to choose the original? I no chance in hell. And that's not, I'm not disrespecting the original. It's just that the remake is I'm just going to be real, man. It's better in every conceivable fucking way. In every way. Like, objectively, it's better. But I will admit that it you know, I know I'm sounding like I'm against old games. I'm not. I just, yeah, like, Demon Souls remake is an even better example, I think, because that doesn't change anything about the actual original game. Demon Souls is the best example. I just watched a video, and I was thinking about doing a reaction to this, but I don't know that it would be worth it. But I just watched a video of a comparison between Elden Ring, I think it was like the highest settings on PC, versus Demon Souls in the fidelity mode on PS5. And I was looking at the comments, and people were like, holy shit, Demon Souls is like really impressive. And don't get me wrong, like, people were like, yo, Elden Ring is a different game. It's an open world game, much wider in scope. Nobody expects Elden Ring to match Demon Souls fidelity. That's impossible. That can't happen. I mean, that would make Blue Point look bad, you know? But when I was looking at like, they were even focusing on the little details in Demon Souls. Like, you know, when you're walking through mud, when you're walking through water, just the overall art style that they went with the game. I'm like, you know, who would go back and choose to play the PS3 version of Demon Souls? I see what you're saying, Planet Cheat. You're saying, but not every game gets a remake. And that's true. And that is true. And you could argue that maybe now more than ever, we need more Blue Points. We need more studios whose sole purpose is to take this amazing game that is way outdated and improve it. Improve it. Don't ruin it. Just take what it was and make it prettier, and you know, maybe just modernize the controls. That's it, right? I think more games need that now than ever before. And I get what people are saying, because they're like, no, we don't need that. We need more new stuff. But that's the thing, is like, well, I don't know. I'm looking really forward to Resident Evil 4 Remake. I'm going to be honest. I think I'm looking more forward to Resident Evil 4 Remake than I am Resident Evil 9. That's just me being honest. But I don't know. We can have both. We can have both, people. There's a reason why we got Demon Souls Remake, and then not that long after, we got Elden Ring. Boom. The best of both worlds. Let's keep it going. Bring me Bring me a Metal Gear Solid remake from the ground up. And then when I find out that Sony purchased Kojima Productions and acquired Konami and then gave Metal Gear Solid back to Kojima to make Metal Gear Solid 6, boom, right? Best of both worlds. Let's go. Make it happen, Sony. Make it happen. All right, I'm sorry, guys. I got to go let boss out now. Just think about that, though, for a moment. Come on, man. Why you got to do that? All right, I got Church Key. You're saying Crunchyroll should be added to the top tier PlayStation Network, especially since players like myself already have PSN plus PS Now. And again, Sony could add that in the future. They could add that to sweeten the deal if they want to. As I said, this is the bare bones version. This is version 1.0 for Sony. I see a lot of people saying, like, not a lot of people, but at least somebody says Red Dead Redemption 1 should get a remastered version. I agree. I would like to see that. The game would look awesome. Mario B again, you're saying the question also becomes how long will consumers and there are playing older games versus the investment needed. I hope they upgrade the server soon though. And yeah, dude, these again, like these are business decisions that are being made. And I think people lose sight of that. And I don't blame them. Like the average consumer shouldn't be thinking about the business side of Sony or PlayStation. That's not their job. Our job as the consumer is to just play the role of the consumer because that's what we are. But yeah, we'll see. Well, I think so. I think Sony, for the sake of just for the sake of their own brand, you know, the history of their brand, they're gonna have to take bigger steps over time, for sure. I don't doubt that. I would be shocked if they didn't. I just think that they're not focused on it now because I don't want to say because they don't need to, but I guess it's just like I think it can afford to take a back seat right now. But I think in the long run, as we move further away from these generations, it could be the opposite. It could be that the further we move away from them, the less relevant they become, and they may fade. It seems like my stream, it hitched up a little bit there. Rashdam B2, you're saying it's more about game preservation. Some of these old goated games deserve not to be erased forever due to incompetence from Sony and Nintendo. Yeah, Rashdam, see, I will admit, you know I just like went on my rant about how it's like I would always choose the newer version in the remake, but I do agree with that. That is important, you know. I do think it is the responsibility of Sony and Nintendo and Microsoft and any of these publishers. You know, you should be able to preserve your game to an extent. You know, it doesn't have to necessarily be the most ideal consumer friendly way, but you got to try to preserve it nonetheless. I agree with that. I would be a little bit sad, honestly. Like, I don't know how much I would actually care realistically, but it would be sad if, like, with the PlayStation 6, Sony was just like PS1 through 3 are dead to us, like completely. I mean, it won't. It'll always exist on PlayStation Plus Premium, but like, you know what I mean? Like, if they're just like, yeah, we're done. Like, we do not care. That would be a little bit sad. That would be kind of sad. Where it's like, really? You don't care a little bit, you know? All right, we have to move on to another topic here. Let me see what topic. Okay, so I got two topics that we can. I got quite a few topics here, good ones too, and we are deep into this podcast, so I really got to think carefully what I want to talk about next. All right, I'm going to talk about. I feel like this, a lot of this conversation that we've had so far has been about both PlayStation and Xbox. So I'm going to make this a PlayStation-focused topic next, which is, we got to talk about this. Like, I have to. This past week has been straight up bonkers. That's right. I said the word bonkers. With insiders and rumors and this and that and that and this. And I am appalled, frankly. I am legitimately appalled at how much shit we've heard. And I'm supposed to believe I'm supposed to believe that I got Greg Miller, I got Jeff Grubb, I got Special Nick, I don't think Millier actually said anything, but she's tweeting out the Konami code. I got other people. I saw a developer, dude, legit, on the Gaming Leaks Rumors subreddit this past week. I saw a developer took to Twitter and literally said, "It's Konami Day. I've heard from my development friends that it seems like Sony did something with Konami," and people were like, "What?" And then he was like, "Wait, no, I don't know." And shit was just all over the place this week. I couldn't even keep up with it. But the strangest thing about it is that nothing happened. And Jeff Grubb said one thing that I keep thinking about. And I just think to myself, huh. And I mean, I think we all knew this, but it was nice to get like some confirmation. Jeff Grubb said Sony despises leaks. Like does anybody, I mean, we just talked about how Sony, I know it's not necessarily related, but they laid off 90 employees from their marketing department. And as far as we know, this is for like the physical side of things, like Sony employees that like go to stores and stuff like that. But I do wonder, were any of these marketers like people, I don't know, who maybe they're, I don't know. I don't want to speculate because, you know, I don't know the inside, what's going on the inside. But the thing that was truly baffling to me about all these rumors is how these rumors were seemingly focused on an acquisition. And this is, I don't know what to make of this, man. Tom R, you're saying, do you think Jeff Grubb just builds up hype so Sony looks like they're falling or failing when it doesn't happen? No, I don't. I mean, look, I know that a lot of PlayStation dudes do not like Jeff Grubb, but I feel like, look, I know he talked about like the Xbox Kojima thing, and maybe it'll turn out that that was right. I mean, we know Kojima confirmed himself he's working on 2 projects. One of them could be for Xbox for sure. But I don't, look, I think Jeff Grubb can be mostly trusted, frankly. Like he's proven that he has contacts. Like it's like Special Nick. Special Nick, I know people give him shit sometimes, but the dude has a contact or 2 that know what's going on at Sony, and they don't give him information all the time, but he's gotten some important things correct. Like he talked about, what was it? The Ghost of Tsushima. It was the Ghost of Tsushima DLC or expansion before it was announced. He said back in September of last year that the next time Sony's going to have any type of event of any kind, probably a state of play, is in February of next year, and he was right. So it's like, clearly there's somebody he's talking to that has some sense of what Sony's doing. And I think Jeff Grubb's the same way. Like Jeff Grubb just talked about how Sony is apparently pursuing PS3 emulation. He didn't say definitively. He could have said it, but he said that he's talked to people all throughout the week, and based off of what they're telling him, it sounds like Sony is working on it behind the scenes, and it just might be a while. But then again, you know, I don't know. You know, Jeff Grubb is more of an Xbox guy in the sense that he gets way more information about Xbox. So it's hard to determine if like his sources that talk about Sony are as trustworthy. You know what I'm saying? So it's not so much about the insiders themselves as much as it's about who exactly are their sources. Are their sources actually trustworthy? And that's what's tough. And then people mention Jason Schreier. Now, Jason Schreier, look, putting Bloomberg aside, putting personal opinions of the guy aside, I mean, he's reliable, okay? He is very reliable. He's one of the most reliable within the industry. And the interesting one this week was Greg Miller. Again, putting personal opinions aside, Greg Miller, I was a bit perplexed. I want to talk about that for a moment because Greg Miller put out a tweet on Sunday, and it was like a GIF or something of him jumping out of his seat saying, like, wow, basically saying if even one of the three things he's heard, it's going to be a big deal. And apparently that tweet got a lot of attention. And it seems like he was a little bit like, okay, like I wasn't expecting it to get that much attention. And he elaborated on the three things. Now, what I found peculiar is when he first elaborated, he said, oh yeah, I was talking about the you're saying he was clout chasing. I mean, it's certainly possible, but I don't know, because the reason why I'm not so sure about that is at first I thought maybe you're right, because he elaborated the next day and he was like, okay, I wasn't expecting it to get that much attention. And I was talking about Project Spartacus. Oh, okay. And he's like, maybe a PSVR 2 event. And it's like, well, okay, like we all are assuming that that's going to happen. And the third thing, he didn't really elaborate what the third thing was. He didn't. He just kind of left it up in the air and didn't really explain it. And I was like, well, what's the third thing? And then later on, when he was talking to Jeff Grubb, he seemingly spilled the beans, which is he was talking about a major acquisition. And then Jeff Grubb was like, he was apprehensive, which I think is smart, because he was like, look, if we are getting information about an acquisition, at best, it's secondhand information, because those who are actually in the know are legally bound to not say shit, because, oh my God, could they get sued to oblivion? They would be in a lot of legal trouble. So at best, you're getting secondhand information. But then, he did, Greg Miller was asking him, like, so did you hear that there's going to be a big acquisition? And he was like, yes. He's like, yeah, I heard it might be big. Like that's kind of what he was saying. And then Greg Miller jumped in and was like, I heard the same thing from multiple pools of people saying that there's a big acquisition. And I'm telling you now, bro. I'm telling you now, if Sony had a big acquisition planned and they fucking saw that this shit was beginning to leak, oh my God, somebody's going to die. Straight up, somebody's going to die. Because you mean to tell me that Xbox buying Bethesda doesn't get leaked, right? You're telling me Xbox buying Activision doesn't leak. Xbox buying a bunch of other shit doesn't leak. Sony and everything they've got, Bungie, Bluepoint, Bluepoint leaked, but Sony leaked that shit themselves. Somebody got fired that day. Nothing that Sony acquired leaked. But you want to tell me that suddenly the biggest shit that Sony does, potentially acquisition-wise, is... Now, what I found interesting is that neither of them mentioned who they acquired. They didn't mention any names, which I think is wise, because if I was an insider, or if I had contact with an insider and they were like... They probably wouldn't even tell me the name, but I wouldn't say shit either. But then you get Special Nick coming out on Twitter the day after, and I know it could all be clout chasing. It's weird as shit. I don't know what's going on. But the day after Greg Miller tweets that, oh man, wow, I heard three big things. And then it was pretty comical, man. Special Nick comes out and he tweets, why am I waking up hearing that Sony acquired From Software? And I'm like, bro, I don't know. What do you mean? Because I don't know. I didn't look into it. I don't know if he meant that like he was hearing from his insider that they acquired From Software, but I'm just like, look, I have no doubt. Like, let's put all the insiders aside for a moment, okay? Because people are fed up. They're like, what this last week did it, man. This last week was like a week of reckoning for insiders. As all of this shit is going on, Hassan comes out of the woodwork, Blue Box reactivates, Kojima's leaving his fucking studio. All right? And I'm literally over here sitting back like, what is going on? What the hell is going on? KD, you're saying, I think this last week proved that all these guys are clout chasers who are trying to farm attention for their streams / podcasts / shows. You might be right, KD. I'm not doubting that. It's just, you mean to tell me that this many people at one time throughout a straight line over the course of a week, this many people are all coming out saying shit? And it's all just nothing. It's just poof, smoke in the air. It's nothing. I don't believe it. I'm just straight up like I am anticipating. I'm just gonna say it. I want to make it clear. I have my expectations. I don't know. Should I rename my channel? Should I change my name to DBG? Disappointment Bound Gamer? I feel like that would be more accurate these days. I want to make it known that nothing could disappoint me at this point. You're talking to the guy who followed the whole blue box thing. My hairline probably receded by another inch last year because of how much I was involved in the whole blue box thing, just to find out that it ain't shit, bro. All right? So I just want to make it clear that nothing can disappoint me, but all I'm saying is that if Sony did have something big planned and they saw that shit was starting to leak out, I would not be the least bit surprised that they're like, delay that shit by a month right now. These mother effers will not be right. I'm telling you, Sony is axing these people. Sony is axing the insiders. Sony is, I don't know. Sony walked into a room. You know, you got to wonder, all these insiders who have contacts at Sony, maybe these contacts are legitimate, man. Like, these contacts are legitimate. They're like secretly in a hidden room somewhere at Sony, and they're like, okay, I'm going to tell him. I'll tell him this. I've got to get this information out. And dude, I'm telling you, Jim Ryan walks in with a silenced pistol, holds that gun up to the back of their head, and is like, "What are you typing there, bud?" And they're like, "Oh shit!" And they're like, "You're going to tell them. You're going to tell them there's a big acquisition coming this week. You're going to tell them it's From Software. You're going to tell them big things are happening. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to go out there and they're going to hype it up, and everybody's going to eat it up." And they're all going to be wrong. And just like that, Jim Ryan has executed every single insider in one fell swoop. I'm telling you, man, this is the shit that I imagine in my head where I'm like, how is this happening? How is this happening in this way? The only person, I will admit, that maintained that nothing else was happening was Jason Schreier. Jason Schreier came out and he was like, guys, if I knew anything more, if I heard anything more, I would have told you. Straight up, that's what he said. You're saying Mumbauer did say that Jim Ryan hates leaks and takes no prisoners. Dude, I'm telling you, you better, I feel sorry. I feel so sorry. If Sony actually did make a big acquisition and there's somebody out there leaking it out, oh God, I would not want to be that person. I would not want to be that person. But what I want to say, I'm going to read these super chats in just a second. I just want to say that, like, you know, putting all the insiders aside, putting all the rumors aside, you have to, I think all you have to do is just kind of look at what Jim Ryan himself said. I mean, Jim Ryan appeared on the official PlayStation podcast. Granted, I think it was recorded a couple weeks ago, but they were talking about the PlayStation Plus revamp, and he just straight up was like, we're making more acquisitions. We're making more. And look, I know there's the whole conversation about organic growth. Let's just, come on. Let's just get to it right now, all right? Organic growth is out the damn window. Let's not kid ourselves. The day that Microsoft started buying publishers is the day that organic growth went out the window. And that's just a fact. That's the truth, man. Sony, they have no choice. Like, Sony has to do what they got to do. And I get it. I get that, like, every time we talk about Sony potentially acquiring somebody, you get all these people that are like, organic. I get it. But come on. Like, no one cares anymore. You know? Everyone knows the score. Organic growth is out the window. Well, you're saying MBG now, they can still use organic growth. Haven Studios is a prime example. No, I get what you're saying, but what I mean is that, like, it's not the only priority anymore. That's what I'm trying to say. And when you reach a state of true industry consolidation, like we're seeing, Sony would be absolutely foolish to just be like, we'll be fine just organically. Sony can't. They know they can't. Ethan, you're saying Xbox buying Bethesda got leaked by Obsidian. I don't recall that. I do not recall that. Lewis, thank you, buddy. You're saying, so I'm not sure why there's so much shade thrown at BioWare when comparing their last release to those of Bethesda and CD Projekt Red. Mass Effect Legendary Edition was the perfect version of an already perfect trilogy/franchise. To be honest, we don't really talk about BioWare, frankly. We don't talk about BioWare that often, pretty much if ever, on this podcast. But I have heard other people talk a lot about BioWare, and I mean, you may be right. I think, like, a lot of people love the Mass Effect Legendary Edition, but I do think that BioWare is in a position where they have to kind of, like, reestablish themselves as a dominant player in the, you know, Western RPG space. Because I get what you're saying. Man. Like, you are making sense, and I think that's fair, but I don't know. I think that BioWare, frankly, like, it's just whatever their next game is, it needs to be good, like, really good. I think that's what they need. Whether it's fair or not, I mean, you could maybe make an argument to maybe people are a little bit too harsh or whatever, but I don't know. There's a lot of mismanagement, and you remember, what was that game? I forget the name of the game. It was, like, supposed to be their live service game. The name is eluding me right now. I don't know why. Anthem. There we go. Yeah, Anthem, man. Like, not good. Not that, like, I think it's stuff like that where it's like, I don't know. Always Busier saying GDC leaks. I saw a Twisted Metal audio file for PS3 almost 2 years before it came out. Asked about it, and they just said, oops, I'm an audio engineer. Really? You know what? That is something that is worth highlighting. Always Busy is GDC happened, and you got to imagine quite a few secrets are maybe being exchanged at GDC. But that's if what you're saying, Always Busy, is true, being an audio engineer, that's fascinating. That, like, 2 years before it came out. Oops. Yeah. Oops. Timothy, you're saying Jim Ryan owns the Google Maps backrooms. Darkborn, you're saying PlayStation is going to acquire George R.R. Martin. I think it's Kojima, though. It makes the most sense for music, movies, and games. Think Bungie. Look, if Sony were to acquire Kojima, it wouldn't be surprising. It just wouldn't be. It would, like, that. I mean, that's, like, straight up, like, you know, it's like peanut butter and chocolate at that point. It belongs. It works. It should be a thing. I think it would actually be more surprising if Sony doesn't find a way to acquire Kojima Productions. And yeah, I mean, that would be a good move. All I'm saying, it's hard for me not to speculate a little bit. I'm gonna have to. I got to. All I'm saying is it's pretty interesting to me that Kojima Productions, Hideo Kojima on his Twitter, just straight up, peace, like, we're out. And I don't know how many people have been following up on him letting us know that he's moving his studio somewhere else. But first of all, that was a nice ass studio. That's something I have to point out is like, why did you guys need to move? That was, I mean, some people were saying that they had to downgrade. And I'm like, well, that would be awfully depressing. That would be the most depressing. But it's Kojima. There's no way, you know? Death Stranding, I think, sold like 5 or 6 million copies. So there's no way. That was a nice-ass studio, man. So you have to assume that they have to relocate somewhere of significance. And there's a very good reason why they had to leave. I've been following Kojima, and he's filming something right now. He's filming something. There is a film crew that is following him around, and he's going to locations, and he's been posting pictures of it. And I'm just like, I don't care what anybody says. Like, he's getting ready to announce something. He has to be. Like, why is he being filmed? Who's filming him right now? And I'm not saying that, oh, they're going to announce that Sony acquired Kojima, but I wouldn't be shocked, man. I see a lot of people saying he's going to Xbox. These people are fucking ridiculous, dude. Like, what? So you're telling me that in the middle of an acquisition of Microsoft acquiring Blizzard, Activision Blizzard, when they have literal senators on their ass right now. They have to jump through so many hoops to make this thing go through. There's even talk that it might fall through, right? You think they're out here acquiring Kojima? Are you out of your goddamn mind? So I'm saying, like, do people not think before they say these things? Like, Microsoft is in no position to be acquiring anybody right now. Microsoft has their hands full trying to make sure that they can get Activision Blizzard. They're not worried about Kojima. I don't know why people think that. Somebody's saying in the chat, Xbox wishes. That's what it is. That's what it is, dude. I'm not saying that doesn't mean he couldn't be making a game for Xbox, but they did not acquire Kojima Productions. How is that even possible right now? Magnum Visuals, you're saying, aren't we in a new generation? Either Sony wastes its resources on pushing gaming forward or wastes time on a gimmick to run old games. Microsoft did it because they aren't really making new games. Well, Magnum Visuals, I did say, man, that Xbox, Xbox had to find an answer in 2015, and backwards compatibility was their answer, man. Lewis, you're saying, whereas both, so this is a continuation of your first tweet. Thank you again for thank you for the generous super chat. You're saying, whereas both Fallout 76 and Cyberpunk, were massive dumpster fires for over a year after launch. Mass Effect Legendary Edition was my game of the year in 2021. Bioware kind of invented the choice/decision heavy, story rich, and immersive RPG model. Well, Lewis, I think just to get back to this for a moment, I think, I don't know, man. I think that, I think it's because a lot of the people who made BioWare and made Mass Effect what it is, I think it's because they're kind of gone now, and it's just been more and more departures. And so I think that people are very unsure. They're very unsure of, like, should we expect anything great from this studio anymore or what? And that's why I'm saying I get, because you're right, man. People are maybe a little. I see people like getting hyped up for the new Witcher game that was announced by CD Projekt Red, and like I get it. Witcher 3 was phenomenal and like one of the best games ever to a lot of people. But like, can we please? I'm not saying we need to hold on to the past all day every day, but can we? Just a little bit, please. Like, can we please hold these business, not even these businesses, but these developers accountable for? It's like, yeah, Witcher 3 was amazing, but don't forget Cyberpunk, man. Like, I already see people like immediately being like, oh my God, the next Witcher game. Like, guys, I guess we're all just cool now. I'm telling you. See, people forget. This is why these companies get away with the shit that they get away with. Because they know that over time people stop caring. And it's not about holding on to a grudge, but it's just don't forget. Forgive, but don't forget, man. Like don't forget that they got a lot to prove. I have no doubt that their next Witcher game will be great, but what you need to worry about is, will it be polished? Will it be playable? Will it be a finished game? Are they going to, promise us paradise with this game just to deliver us, some kind of hellscape like they did with Cyberpunk at launch? That's what people need to be thinking about. And so I get what you're saying, man. And, same thing with Bethesda, where it's like, I know everybody's excited for Starfield, but like, let's not forget that, dude, people were saying like, oh, the only reason Bethesda tried to do games as a service is because their back was against the wall. Like, no. They're doing games as a service because that's, in a lot of ways, the future of games. Not entirely, but because they want to do games as a service. The same reason Sony wants to do games as a service. You think that now because Microsoft owns them, Microsoft's going to be like, you guys don't have to do games as a service anymore. Please, no need for that. No. They're going to tell them, make more games as a service if you want. Sure, we'll take that money. Why not? So I get what you're saying, man. Like, Lewis, I'm not saying that people should be high on BioWare and be like, BioWare is going to be amazing again. I just think everybody should be concerned about all of them. Is BioWare going to be great again? Is Bethesda going to bring it back with Starfield and future, Fallout games and whatnot? Is the next Witcher game going to be a dumpster fire at launch like Cyberpunk 2077 was? These are all fair and reasonable questions that we should be asking, I think. D-Doc, you're saying, hearing from my insiders, Jim Ryan is having a ham sandwich for lunch, maybe with cheese. Take this with a grain of salt. I'm going to have to make a video on this tomorrow, D-Doc. I really appreciate that. That's some good info, dude. I'm trying not to get excited. I got to keep my expectations in check, but sounds promising. Mario B, you're saying, I can see Jim calling people in his office with a cigar in his hand like, which one of you motherfuckers was it? Yeah, I don't know why. I imagine Jim Ryan just as like, he has like a guillotine in his office and he's like, and at the top it says leakers, leakers. And like every time somebody walks to his office, they're like reminded like, yep. Not an actual guillotine, by the way. I mean like just like a little, like a little replica of a guillotine, and it says leakers on it and he keeps it right at the front of his desk. Yeah, cigar cutter. It says leakers. Yeah, there we go. All right, so I guess to summarize everything I'm trying to say here with this past week, this is the final point I want to make. All right, this is the final point I want to make. I know people tell me like, dude, you got to stop getting your expectations high. You have to, people tell me I have to stop expecting things. And I get that. I really, really do. And a lot of times I do feel like, yeah, I have to cool it. But I do want to say this. My gut instinct is telling me that there's a lot of smoke. There's a lot of smoke right now. There's been a lot of, there's been smoke for a while, frankly, with Sony. But this past week, it felt like there was just this massive smoke cloud. And a lot of people are saying, dude, there's no fire. Just chill out. There's nothing. It's all fake. I don't believe it. I'm just straight up. I'm going to tell you right now. I'm not saying I know anything because I don't. And I'm not saying that I'm right because I'm usually wrong. But all I am saying is that it would not surprise me in the least if in the next week or two, we get a massive announcement from Sony. I'm not saying it. I'm expecting it. I'm just saying I wouldn't be like, holy shit, like I didn't see that coming at all. I'm telling you, there are too many people talking right now for it to just be nothing. I don't know that it will be what people want it to be. I don't know that it will be, oh my God, Sony acquired Konami or Sony acquired From Software. I'm hard pressed to believe that you're telling me this was it. This is it. Just the PS Plus revamp. This was the big hoopla that everybody was talking about. I don't believe it. I'm prepared to be completely wrong. I am prepared for over the next 4 weeks, Sony to do literally nothing. I am prepared for this reality. That would also not be the most surprising thing. But I'm telling you, man, I have a gut feeling that, yeah, I don't think Bungie was it for Sony. Like, I get this feeling that, again, I know I'm leaning more towards an acquisition, and I know it's like, organic, what about organic? But like, I just get this feeling that when Sony saw Microsoft going for Bethesda and Activision, I don't know, man. I just do not see Sony as the type of company to just sit back and be like, we'll just get Haven Studio. That's fine. We just get Haven. Just throw a little blue point in there, a little house mark. Like, yeah, of course, that's great. That's great. But I'm prepared. I am prepared to find out that Sony made a big acquisition. Here's what I want to ask you guys, just because I'm curious to see what you think. And then I'm going to move on to the next topic. When people talk about like a big acquisition, and then people say like From Software, I'm not saying it's probably not happening, but if Sony were to have acquired From Software, would you consider that like a big acquisition, like a really big acquisition? Or would you just consider that like a significant, like a relatively significant one? Like, I mean, how big is that to you guys? I'm just because the only reason I'm asking this is only because, it's only because I feel like it's weird. Like when we're dealing with like we're in a time where we're talking about entire publishers being purchased. And I feel like it kind of like reduces the impact of like a single studio, even if that studio is massive. But I like, for me personally, From Software would be huge. It would be. I mean, I don't know if I would call it like the biggest, most massive, not like that, but it would be pretty huge. I don't think they're going to acquire. I know people saying I'm dreaming, but like, I don't think they're going to get acquired. It just got me thinking, like, how big is that? I think FromSoft would be huge for Sony. I do. But I don't know that I could quantify it as like very, very big, like massive. Cause it's like, well, I feel like that needs to be reserved for publishers, because that's what we see, right? Like we're seeing publishers purchased. So I don't know. I don't think it really matters whether or not I say I hope Sony buys a publisher or not. It doesn't matter. Sony is either going to buy a publisher or they're not. I'm just saying that, I'm looking at what Sony's doing. I'm seeing the actions they're taking, and I just think that it would make sense. It just because of the fierce competitive nature of Sony of wanting to stay on top. I don't think that they won't. I don't think in the long run they won't acquire at least one publisher. It may not be the biggest publisher by any means, but I don't know. I'm just going to say it. I'm just going to say it. I can't hold it back anymore. I want Sony to acquire Konami. And that's all I'm going to say. I know Sony doesn't have an IP problem. Like, I know it's like, does Sony need Metal Gear? Do they actually need Silent Hill and Castlevania? The answer is no, they don't. Sony doesn't have an IP problem, but I don't care. Like, I want to see Konami not be trash anymore. And I want to see Sony do some great things. And I just think that would be a perfect fit. And that's all I'm going to say. All right, that's my wish. That's my desire. I would be totally cool if Sony just bought their IP, by the way. Because I thought it was so funny that, like, doesn't Konami own, like, gyms and stuff or something like that? Like, in Japan, they're not just a gaming company. And I'm like, does Sony really want to acquire all that. I don't know. Maybe they could, but like the pachinko machines and whatnot. Maybe they could. Maybe they would want that. But this is why I'm like, how many developers does Konami even have anymore? Do they even have internal development teams anymore? So I'm saying maybe Sony should just buy the IP. All right, let me see. We got RU46 N2 Ray, a member for 9 months, plays No Limits Plus. Thank you so much, man. You're saying, what do you think about Chrono Cross not having a price since the trailer, but all other platforms do? Have you ever heard about that happening? That's odd for Square Enix. The Sony / SE Square Enix have not responded on Twitter. I don't know. I don't know if that means anything. Maybe it could mean Sony's trying to work out some kind of deal with it, potentially. Maybe for their new service. I don't know. I'm going to be honest, Ray. I have not been following it, so it's really difficult for me to speculate. But that is a little strange. Like if all the other platforms, have a price attached to it, but for some reason PlayStation doesn't, then yeah. I see somebody saying Jesus 3 hours. Yeah, this is normal. This is 3.5 hour podcasts on a weekly basis are pretty normal here. And I still have 2 major topics, possibly 3 to go over. So look, I'm not going to put a timestamp on this, but we got to keep it going here. iSiler18, you're saying the way Xbox dudes prop up the Deathloop Metascore and calling it a Microsoft Studio game. If Sony gets From Software, they have a 96 metagame. It's only fair, right? I agree. iSiler. Like, that's the thing is like people want to use, they want to weaponize essentially. Maybe that's being a bit aggressive, but they want to weaponize. Look at the Metascore for Psychonauts 2, and like you said, Deathloop and whatnot. And I mean, it can go. It's a two-way street. iSiler. That's the reality. All right, next topic in line. So I will tell you right now, I have 2 Xbox topics and 1 PlayStation. I'm going to move to the Xbox topic first because I really want to talk about this, but then we're going to move into the PlayStation topic, okay? So the Xbox topic. I mean, it feels like just literally a week or 2 ago, we were talking about some negative reports about the Initiative Studio. And people were getting on my case because they're like, shut up, MBG. You just want to talk shit on Xbox. And I'm like, or hear me out. I'm actually a little bit disappointed about what I'm hearing about the studio because I actually had hope for them. I'm telling you now, if we were hearing this report about, let's say Obsidian, if this report was on Obsidian, I wouldn't be covering it because I just don't care. I'm not following Obsidian. I haven't played their games, whatever. It's not a game I'm looking forward to. I'm covering this because anybody who's been listening to my podcast for a while, State of Decay 3 is my most anticipated Xbox game. I love the first 2 games, although I feel like the second one really was, I want to say it was a letdown, but it was far from what I wanted it to be. And now that they are Undead Labs, they are a first-party studio under Microsoft. I was just like, yes, like they're going to finally deliver the State of Decay experience that I've been dreaming of. And I was genuinely upset when I saw this headline from WCCF Tech where it says State of Decay 3 still in pre-production. Mismanagement and sexism at Undead Labs allegedly. And you know what? I heard, and this was like a couple, I don't know, I think it was a couple months ago. You're saying MBG, the studio head called out Kotaku. That was old news. Here's the thing, dude. The former studio head was Jeff Strain. And he doesn't work there anymore, man. Like, he founded the studio. He was the, I guess, brains behind State of Decay. And I found out a couple months ago he left, and I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, dude, what? And I was going to talk about it and like make a big deal, but everybody was like, no, it's fine. And I'm like, okay, I guess. And I read like why he left, and he just was like, okay, like I just want to go do my own thing and be with my family, and whatnot. I'm like, oh, okay, maybe it's not a bad thing. Maybe it's not a bad thing. And I'm not necessarily blaming him either, like, because I don't know, but I got to read this to you guys, because the thing that I want to make it known, like, the sexism thing, yeah, that's pretty bad, and that sucks. And we talked about that earlier, how there's just there's like seemingly rampant sexism in all areas of gaming in the gaming industry, and it sucks and it needs to be taken care of. And I'm not trying to downplay it, but it's just that's the reality of it. So it's not like shocking to hear that with this. But to me, what's shocking? Pre-fucking production? Are you shitting me? State of Decay 2 came out in 2018 and you're in pre-production? I'm like straight up depressed, bro. Like, what? This is the game. This is the game that I'm like most looking forward to. And I'm out here like dude, I want to make it known, if this was like, if we hear that, like, I don't know, what's like a Sony game, it would be like if Spider-Man 2 like was announced, like it's in pre-production. I'd be like, what? Not that they're not even comparable really, but you know. All right, so let me read this report. They say here, what is happening with State of Decay 3? The game was announced via an impressive teaser trailer back in 2020, and Xbox boss Phil Spencer has gone so far as to say that it's his most anticipated game, but we haven't received almost any concrete details about it. Well, it seems there's a reason for that. According to a new in-depth expose from Kotaku, State of Decay 3 remains in pre-production amid reports of sexism and mismanagement at developer Undead Labs. Undead Labs reportedly wasn't really prepared to show State of Decay 3 in 2020, but felt pressured to do so as a new member of the Xbox Studios team. Behind the scenes, there were fundamental disagreements as to what State of Decay 3 should be: an ambitious zombie MMO like the first State of Decay was originally intended to be, or a more conservative iterative sequel. First of all, they need to go with the first one. That was the original vision, a massive zombie MMO. That's what it should be. Various Strike Force teams were formed to create new concepts, but there was little coordination between them, resulting in a pile of disconnected ideas with no strong core. Management pushed to create internal demos of the game by late 2021, but with no clear vision, staff revolted, and thus the game remains in pre-production. Amidst this mismanagement, it's reported that a culture of sexism was also allowed to run rampant at Undead Labs, with women feeling often overlooked or belittled. The hiring of high-profile HR professional Anne Schlazer, I think I just butchered her name, but she'd previously worked at Dell, Lowe's, and Microsoft, did little to alleviate the issues as some Kotaku accused her of dismissing problems and backing bad actors. Microsoft HR eventually got involved following complaints, and she left Undead Labs in late 2021. And it says, speaking of departures, Undead Labs issues largely seemed to start following Microsoft's acquisition of the studio and the departure of well-liked founder Jeff Strain. Strain was succeeded by Philip Holt, who some Kotaku spoke to accuse of favoring friends and turning a blind eye to issues. That said, some also blamed Microsoft's hands-off approach, while Microsoft not tampering with their studio's culture is often held up as a positive thing. In the case of Undead Labs and the initiative, some actually wish they had stepped in. And dude, this is what I'm fucking baffled, man. Like, I am baffled. Like, this is why I am not convinced, man. People are like, oh, Xbox is going to have no problem managing all these studios. And I'm like, no, they are going to have problems. They absolutely are going to have problems. And we're literally seeing them now. Pre-fucking product. Dude, do you think this shit would be acceptable at Sony? I know shit goes bad with development sometimes. And I'm not saying that, like, you know, we can't, publishers shouldn't be lenient or whatever, but it's like, I'm telling you right now, I have no fucking hope for this game. No hope whatsoever. This went from being my most anticipated game to now I'm like, this is going to be another Crackdown 3 situation, isn't it? It is. I'm telling you, it's going to be. I barely thought State of Decay 2 was acceptable because I was like, you guys spent a lot of years on this game, and that's what State of Decay 2 was, a very tame, iterative sequel. And I'm like, okay, I'll take it. It's a cheaper game, fine. But I want to see what you guys can do. And, you know, I just don't... This is why, man. You know, this is why... I know it's not Astro. It's not all doom and gloom, but I know people are like, well, it's just one game. But yeah, but it's like the one... Why does it have to be the one game that I'm really excited for? You know? Fuck. iSiler18, you're saying, with all these harassment and mismanagement at Xbox, our boy Bobby Kotick will be right at home. Well, no, he's got to go no matter what, man. But it's like, that's what... I gotta say, the most baffling and concerning thing to me is, and I'm straight up, this is what the report said, and this is concerning. I would be concerned if this was Sony. They said that things got worse after Microsoft acquired them. I'm like, how? How is that even a possibility? I don't know. I don't know what else I could say at this point. This is the second... This is the second bad report we're getting about Microsoft's management of their studios within a couple weeks, back to back. And I know that there are Xbox fans who are going to want to defend, and they're going to want to say, well, what about Sony? Yeah, we know. Sony has their issues, for sure. I'm not denying that. But I'll tell you right now, you better fucking believe that if next week we get a bad report about, and we did talk about this. Remember Ben Studio? Remember the report from Bloomberg about how Mumbauer, I forget his first name, but they were trying to remake a game, and Ben Studio had issues, and Days Gone 2 canceled, whatever, the whole thing. We talked about it, and I called out whatever bullshit that was there. All right, let me see. You're saying, MBG, go read the tweet and report from Jeff Strain about the Kotaku article. There is no issues with Microsoft management, my dude. These games are perfectly fine. Well, you know what? I will go check because I didn't realize that Jeff Strain responded to it. Let me see if I can find him. But then again, he's not there anymore, man. Shit, I can't find him. Let me see. Jeff Strain, State of Decay 3. I'm looking for it now. Why can't I find this guy on Twitter? I'm still looking. I can't find him. Because I want to see what he had to say. Mike, you're saying MBG ranted about Hellblade 2 still in pre-production not too long ago. That they showed up big at the Game Awards. It's too early to make any conclusions. Let the games do the talking. No, I agree. I mean, look, it's a report. I'm not saying that it's the be all end all, because I mean, look, Kotaku, it's fucking Kotaku as well. So it's not what I wanted to be reading, man. That's all. I want to believe that it's all bullshit. That would be great. Like, I hope it is. Like, I fucking hope. I hope that it's just complete BS, man. Like, I hope that the game is great and everything's peachy over there and they're ready to show off the game this year. Dude, if we get Xbox E3 this year and I don't see State of Decay 3, or they come out and it looks like a joke, I'm going to be genuinely upset, man. Like, I will not be happy with that, because I just, why? Why? I got to go check. I got to find Jeff Strain, though. I don't know. Let me see. Jeff Strain, State of Decay I gotta find him. Holy hell! Why can I not find this man on Twitter? Here, okay, I think I got him here. Oh, okay, all right. That's why. Okay. Okay, so he says Kotaku is publishing an article on Undead Labs today. Here are my thoughts. All right, let me click on. Okay, today Kotaku will be running an article about Undead Labs, one of 4 studios I have founded in my career. It's been 2.5 years since I was leading Undead, but 2 days ago, Kotaku sent me a list of questions and gave me a short time to respond to them. The tone of this article is clearly going to be critical of me personally. I stand by my leadership at the lab, as I stand by my leadership as a co-founder of Arena Net and founder of my new studios. Both ArenaNet and Undead Labs were grueling, thrilling, draining, and exhilarating experiences where I learned in real time, made mistakes, matured, made more mistakes, and hopefully a few smart decisions. Both ArenaNet and at Undead Labs, in a very complex and troubled industry, I tried hard to reduce and then eliminate crunch, offer generous vacation and PTO benefits, pay well, extend strongly supportive parental leave, provide world-class healthcare, and go to great lengths to care for my colleagues and to create a positive environment for everyone. None of these efforts were perfect, but these issues remain high, meaningful priorities for me, including in my current studio. So here's the thing. The article doesn't really mention much about him. So, hold on. This to me. Okay, hold on. I am attaching Kotaku's questions in my response below. I'm answering here to allow for what. So apparently, this is what Kotaku asked. What did you envision for State of Decay 3, and how did you feel development was going up until you left Undead Labs? He says, I envisioned that State of Decay 3 would be the ultimate fulfillment of the survival fantasy we pioneered with State of Decay in 2013. SOD fans have always been vocal about what they want to see, and there's a surprising amount of consistency to it. It's a game of interacting simulated systems. And he says, in the deeper the simulation, the richer the emergent mechanics and sense of agency. The real point of this question is how did you feel development was going up until you left Undead Labs? Well, like many projects making the difficult transition to AAA, there were a ton of unknowns, and worse, unknown unknowns. I got to work on State of Decay 3 when it was easy, what I call the what would be cool phase of development. The hard work of turning what would be cool into an actual game happened after I left. Wow, hold on, he's been gone for a while. You posted the announcement of your new studio on the Undead blog at the end of 2019. Oh wow, I did not realize so that's the whole thing, dude. I'm sorry, I don't mean to keep making that noise into the mic. This article's not thrashing him. And he's mainly saying that, like, look, when I was head of the studio, I tried my best. So he left Undead Labs, 1 year after they were acquired by Microsoft? I believe what he's saying, but he's not, he didn't say anywhere here. I mean, granted, I didn't read the whole thing. There's a long write-up. I'm trying to skim through this to see. I'm just trying to see if he mentions. Okay, this is really long. I did not realize this is a mat. I mean, all right. There's probably stuff here that I'm gonna have to dig into, and I think it's actually really good. I think it's great that Jeff Strain's doing this because I would like to know more. But the reality of the situation is he's not there right now, and he's gone, and he's been gone since 2019, and. It seems like he just wants to set the record straight. Look, I got to read the entirety of this, but based off of what I've read so far, you're saying Kotaku reported wrong news for Clout MBG. Again, I'm gonna have to read the whole thing. I mean, if I were to read that whole thing right now, I'd be sitting here for probably 10 minutes longer just reading straight from this. But just based off of the tone of what he's saying, it almost seems to me that I don't know. The Kotaku article, hold on. It even says here that where is it? I'm trying to find it. Jeff Strange. They said, speaking of departures, Undead Labs issues largely seem to start following Microsoft's acquisition of the studio and the departure of the well-liked founder Jeff Strain. Like the article seems to be making it clear that it's not necessarily Jeff Strain. And it seems that Jeff Strain just wanted to come out and be like, guys, if the studio went to shit, it wasn't my fault because I wasn't there. And when I was there, I was doing my best to not let it go to shit. And that's why I'm saying, like, this actually sounds super believable. So you're telling me the founder of the studio left, and after he left, shit got fucked up. That sounds like a pretty normal, well, not normal, but like it sounds pretty logical to me. I don't know, man. This is also, it doesn't make me feel good that Jeff Strain was basically like, this is going to be the ultimate zombie simulation game that we always wanted to make. And he got to partake in the fun conceptualization stage, and then he ended up leaving. And it's like, so that's not going to be what we get. I don't know, man. I get that it's difficult. I'm not saying it's easy to run studios. I don't know. I know it's hard. I don't need to be involved to know it's difficult, but my God, man. I am still concerned. I am still concerned about Microsoft, dude. This shit should not be what. And I know you mentioned Hellblade 2. I know. And you're right, Mike. Mike, you said we got a report last year that Hellblade 2 is still in pre-production, and yet they showed up big at the Game Awards. But in reality, that's all, dude. This game was announced in 2020. That being Hellblade 2. No. Hellblade 2 was announced in 2019, and that's like all we've seen of it so far. And we're about to be in just a couple months in mid-2022. All I'm saying is that, you know, I don't want to see these games go to shit. I just don't. MBG, that is not what the full article says. They had a vision of making the game bigger. Some devs did not agree with the idea, but since then, the studio has improved their tech and animation studio. Okay, well, that also sounds believable. I mean, look, this is all, I know, I'm not reading directly from the Kotaku article. I probably should check that out, but I'm assuming that it's a very long write-up, and that's the thing is, like, I'm not trying to just go based off the headlines. It's just, I'm going to put it to you this way. Because this is the best way I can summarize it. If you want me to trust Microsoft when it comes to managing studios properly, I'm not going to. I'm not. Because I look at 343. Look at 343. Look at the shit show that was the development of Halo Infinite. I'm just not. I'm more inclined. I'm more inclined to believe these reports. And I'm not saying they're all entirely accurate. I'm sure that there is some misinformation being thrown back and forth, and you know, these are internal affairs that are not supposed to go public. But you know, just look at what we saw last week or the week before about the initiative, and you want me to just turn around and say, it's gonna be fine. It's fine. Like, no, I don't. You're right. Let the games do the talking, and that's what I'm gonna leave it at that. Microsoft, please let your games do the talking, and I really hope that I like what they have to say. I really hope that when I see my first gameplay demo of State of Decay 3, I'm blown away, and I'm happily. I'm not even making up words now. I'm happy with what I'm seeing, and I'm delighted. You're saying, AAG, you're saying respectfully talking without knowing what's really going on. Well, I mean, I'm not going to pretend like I'm at the ground floor there. I'm not. Things might look, if you also want me to say the internet tends to blow things out of proportion, yeah, that's true as well. So that's why I'm saying, look, I'm just going to leave it at let the games do the talking, man. I do not have the most confidence in Microsoft. I don't. And I don't have the most confidence that I'm going to love what I see, but that doesn't mean I'm going to judge something before I actually see it. I hope we get the gameplay reveal this year. And if we do, I hope it impresses, man, because this is a game that I really want to be good. I do. Let me see here. I do also just want to say real quick that the one thing that is fascinating to me is how this is the second write-up on Microsoft where it seems like Xbox's problem is they're too hands-off. And I think that's so weird where it's like, are they afraid to be too I mean, they should be afraid to be too hands-on, but it seems like they're just going too extreme in either direction. Microsoft used to get crushed for being too hands-on. Now they're seemingly having some bad reports, or just there's talk that now they're too hands-off and they need to get more handsy. Maybe that's not the best way to put it, but they gotta get in there and be like, all right, look, we gotta sort this shit out. And maybe, this is just a learning phase for them where it's like, maybe you got to find that good middle ground. Because, there's no doubt Sony had these issues too. Sony didn't just get where they are today. They just woke up one day and they're like, we're amazing at managing video games. It takes a lot of practice. It takes a lot of, there's a learning curve. So we'll see. I don't want to be too negative. However, I said I was going to go into another PlayStation topic, but I feel like we got to talk about Halo. Okay, look, I'm going to let you know now, I am not giving my opinion on this. I'm not giving my opinion. Because I'm done talking about Xbox. I'm just going to read this short write-up from VGC, and I'm going to let you guys do with it what you will. And that's all I'm going to do. I'm not giving my opinion because I do have this last PlayStation topic that I really do want to talk about. Halo Infinite developer concedes the community is out of patience. A member of the Halo Infinite development team has acknowledged that the game's community is out of patience at the studio's perceived lack of activity and communication. Community director Brian Sketch Gerard posted to a reply to a Reddit user who said that they wished 343 Industries would acknowledge that there have been issues that are delaying progress on new features for the game. There are indeed a lot of challenges and constraints, Gerard responded. We're certainly not happy to be unable to meet player and community expectations. It's a difficult situation that's going to take the team time to work through. Right now, the focus is on Season 2, and we'll have more to share on that in the coming weeks. Meanwhile, a lot of production planning, costing, planning, hiring, etc. It's all happening, which doesn't really lend to the detailed, regular updates. We understand the community is simply out of patience and, frankly, I think understandably tired of words. We just need some time for the team to get the details sorted, and then we can certainly share as much as we can. The response to Gerard's reply was mainly negative, with some responding that the request to give the team more time is the sort of non-committal messaging they have issues with. Bro, no offense, but how does your studio of hundreds of developers struggle to put out new maps, new modes, and cosmetics? Asked one user. I'm sorry, but what's going on? Asked another. How, after 5 months past launch, are things still in the hiring and planning phase? Am I incorrectly reading this? Typically, plans and projects are planned for things that will be delivered months and years ahead. There's no way that things are still being planned. There's no way they'll be delivered anytime soon. How does this happen? Halo Infinite's multiplayer launched last December without Forge Mode, a popular game mode that allows players to create their maps, and without co-op. That's it. That's the write-up. I'm just saying one thing, and then I'm moving on. I don't trust Xbox properly managing their studios. That's it. That's all I'm saying. I'm moving on. I have a couple super chats. iSalar18, you're saying, check out the reports about Fable on Google real quick. There's definitely a pattern of mismanagement. What? I feel like you're trolling now. I didn't see any reports on that. What? Did I miss this? March 20? No fucking way, dude. I thought you were trolling. What? No way. Hold on. Okay. So I have I'm laughing only because I'm surprised. March 22nd, this must have went under my radar. Fable progress slow due to Playground's lack of RPG experience and frugal approach. The first one kind of made sense, and I'm like, okay, that makes sense. A frugal what? They're not willing to spend enough money on the game? Okay, I'm skimming over this. Hold on. What exactly is going on with Microsoft and Playground Games' Fable reboot? The game was announced nearly 2 years ago, and rumors it was in development surfaced 2 years before. Oh my God, it's been that long. So shouldn't we have seen something beyond the very basic teaser? It feels like development is progressing rather slowly for a studio that pumps out massive open-world Forza Horizon games on a very regular basis, and it seems we may now have some insight into why. Game designer Juan Fernandez has bounced around various studios, including Rhyme developer Tequila Works, Hellblade creators Ninja Theory, and a stint at Playground Games where he worked on the new Fable. Perhaps unsurprisingly, in an interview with Vandal, translation provided by Google, so take that for what it is. He talked a little bit about it. So he says Playground is very organized and production driven. Every 2 years, they put out a Forza Horizon, which has more than a 90 on Metacritic with incredible quality. They have taken racing games and they've dominated them the last few years. They're very smart and they know what they're doing. They wanted to branch out with something different, and they thought that what they do well is open world racing games, but they lacked people with the knowledge of how gameplay is done. In an open world, how you control a character and the actions are very different from what you have in a racing game. At the technology level, you have to develop animation, scripting, a quest system. Moving a car at 200 miles per hour is very different than the requirements of walking through the countryside. Playground also reportedly has a do more with less ethos, which has served them well when it comes to doing something they've reduced to a science like Forza Horizon, but slowed progress when it comes to something more ambitious like Fable. Action RPG open world games are incredibly complicated to do. They take a lot of time, a lot of people, and in Playground, they have the mentality of doing more with less. That if Assassin's Creed is done by 5,000 people, they will have 150 or 200. And if they do Assassin's Creed in 7 years, they do Fable in 5. It is good to be ambitious, but you also have to be realistic. What I saw is that development was getting longer and longer. Is this even real at this point? Like, I'm like starting to think, like, is there some kind of, I don't even know what, I mean, okay, look, I think what he said, the first thing that he said about Fable, that is totally understandable. Like, I don't have a problem with that whatsoever. Like, we knew that, look, Playground Games is a racing studio. It's going to take a lot of time for them to learn how to properly make an open world RPG. You don't just do that overnight. I get that. But this second thing he's telling me here is what's concerning. Like, so now you're telling me that not only, like they had to take the time and money to learn how to make a game like this, but development is getting longer and longer because they're basically like, we don't need this many people to make this game. We don't need to spend this type of money to make this game. We can just figure it out. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, I'm sorry, but how the fuck are we seeing these reports on a damn near weekly basis at this point, and we're still supposed to be like, yeah, Xbox. Like, I'm just not, man. I'm just not. This is straight up concerning. I know people are gonna be like, oh no, this is just a great excuse for you to hate on Xbox. No, it's not. It's a great thing for me to be genuinely concerned about, where it's like, why is this? Why? I tried to fucking warn people, man. I did. I tried to warn people where I told them, like, just because Microsoft can spend an absurd amount of money doesn't mean they're suddenly going to know how to properly manage video game studios. It doesn't mean they're just going to be able to pump out some of the best games you'll ever get. They could try, and I commend them for that. But these problems are seemingly not going away. This is what bothers me, is like it's not going away, man. And it feels like they're trying to buy their problems away. You know, it feels like they're basically taking an approach, well, if we just buy Activision and Bethesda, it doesn't matter if these games suck. I'm telling you, that is the vibe I'm getting from this, where it's like, I want to have faith in Playground Games. They are an amazing studio. They're an amazing studio, okay? And I want to have faith that they're going to deliver an amazing game with Fable, but I don't feel confident. Like, you don't hear developers talking like this about Sony studios. That's the reality. You don't hear developers coming out being like, yeah, Sony doesn't know what the fuck they're doing, man. Sony, they're mismanaged. No, that you don't. And this is why I'm saying, like, this is why Jim Ryan is coming out here and just straight up saying, we're in a good cycle. We have a very good thing going with our studios, and we're not going to fucking change it. That's what Jim Ryan's saying. Look, Sony's had their issues. Like I said, look at Ben's studio. That was something that seemingly had to work itself out. And there's no doubt Sony's going to have issues with some of their studios. Nothing's perfect. I'm not saying Sony's perfect, but my God, it seems like Microsoft is just trying to get ahead of themselves, right? Where it's like, well, we have 3 studios that, maybe you're making great games. I don't know, man. It is what it is. It is what it is. I'm not going to go on anymore. I'm reading about Halo. I'm reading about The Initiative. I'm reading about Undead Labs. I'm reading about Playground Games now. And it's like, I guess it's all, Darren, you're saying these are clickbait because Microsoft is trending due to AB. Yeah, I guess so, man. Sure. I guess it's just all of these studios and all of these reports, they're bullshit, and things are great at Xbox. I see somebody mentioning Babylon's Fall. Bro, Babylon's Fall is Square Enix. What the Oh, man. Final take, final words. My final word on this, for now, this is unfortunate. Diddy Kong, get the fuck out of my chat, bro. This dude comes in here, says Sifu garbage, get him out. I want him out. Get out. You don't disrespect Sifu like that. I won't accept it. All right. Look, my final word on this, because I have one last topic, and I'm not trying to make this a 4.5 hour podcast, but I got my final word. I don't want Xbox's games to be bad. I don't want them to be underwhelming. I want them to deliver great games. The reason being, because I like to enjoy great games, believe it or not. I don't feel confident that Microsoft will be able to deliver great games consistently. I feel confident that some of the publishers that are at the very least like Bethesda, I think Bethesda can certainly deliver a few great games. But when it comes to Xbox and their internal studios and, the studios that are really attached to them and not their own entity like Bethesda, it doesn't sound good. It doesn't sound promising. It sounds concerning. And I think and we can add Everwild to that as well from Rare. Because last I heard that they don't know what to do with that game. And this is where I'm just like, what? It just sounds like the same problem that has plagued Microsoft for just years now. The entirety of last generation has not gone away, and they seemingly can't figure it out. And that's all I'm gonna say. Like I'm not going to hate on them or anything. It's just disappointing. If I was reading 3 or 4 separate reports about Sony Studios, 4 different studios messing up in their own ways, I would be genuinely very concerned. Like, what is going on? I would be concerned. And that may happen in the future. But I'm over here, we'll see, man. We'll see. KD, you're saying one of the acquisition rumors was Bandai Namco. What are your thoughts? This means securing from old exclusives like Tekken and classic IP like Pac-Man. That would be fascinating. Sony owning Pac-Man. That would be huge. That would be a colossal acquisition for Sony. But I think that, like, to me, Bandai Namco, frankly, does sound too big for Sony. Like that, it's like when people talk about like Sony buying EA. Like, that's too much. It feels like too much. It does. But I would like to think if Sony were to acquire Bandai Namco, I would like to think that we will get like an over-the-shoulder, third-person, dark, gritty, narrative-driven Pac-Man game. I mean, I think that's what the world needs. It is. And I would be all for it. So we'll see if it happens. We'll see if it happens. The Cape Crusader is saying, off topic, but I just beat Horizon Forbidden West after 135 hours of gameplay. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, I think you're the second person today to tell me that you put like over 100 hours into it. I'm probably going to put over 100 hours into it. Honestly, I probably am. I know I am, because I'm taking my good old time. There's a lot to do in that game, man. A lot. All right, the final topic is one that I am kind of excited to talk about with you guys. And I don't know how many of you guys actually like saw this. And I do have to warn you, I may talk about this in a video. I'm not sure. Oh, we got an update 17 minutes ago. Nice. Okay, so this is really good. This is like, it's not like breaking news, but in terms of like leaks, potentially, this is breaking. This is coming from the individual on Twitter named Oops Leaks. I hate that name, but the first question you're going to ask is, are they reliable? My answer to that is I don't really know. I don't know, but they apparently have established themselves. And like, I'm not going to vouch for them because I just legitimately do not know if they're reliable. But they have some interesting things to say. They've talked about, in the past, they've talked about BioShock. They've talked about Deviation Games. They've talked about Bungie a little bit. So it's difficult for me to believe that they have a source this good from Sony, but we got to cover it either way. So they're giving us a big update on Naughty Dog and Bend Studio. All right, so let's cover Naughty Dog. No, I want to cover Bend Studio first, because Bend Studio is the one that he just tweeted about. So I want to read what he's saying about it. All right, Bend Studio, Project Propaganda. That's the code name, Project Propaganda. A spiritual successor to Siphon Filter, open world stealth action game, late Cold War setting. Think of an open world Hitman plus MGS5, which with much denser location, online elements, and co-op planned. I'm a little skeptical about this, but I've heard similar things from multiple sources. Development is now in full swing despite the studio's frustration over the rejection of the Days Gone sequel. However, I would not expect the game to be released in the next couple of years. Okay, dude, look, I'm going to temper my expectations because it's just a rumor from a person named Oops Leaks. But it sounds like that sounds totally fucking believable. And that sounds amazing. I hope that's true, because I will say, for as disappointing as it is to not be getting Days Gone 2, if you're going to basically tell me that, look, Bend Studio isn't making Days Gone 2, but you know what they are making? Kind of like a Metal Gear Solid game, like a spiritual successor to Siphon Filter set during the Cold War. That sounds awesome. I hope it's true. And it's going to have some co-op elements. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. I hope it's true. But I don't think it takes a leaker to point out that Bend Studio, whatever they're working on. You're saying this is what Jeff Ross has been saying in his interviews? Really? Interesting. So we'll see if that turns out to be true, but I was going to say, I don't think it takes a leaker to acknowledge that, yeah, this is probably a ways away. because they did announce, I think it was last year, Ben Studio formally and officially announced that they are working on their new IP for PlayStation 5. So it's still very early. Now we have a pretty big update from Oops Leaks. I hate that name. From Naughty Dog. Now this is the one. Guys, I want to believe every word that this individual's typing because this sounds so true to me. The Last of Us Online game. It was planned as a battle royale, but got completely rebooted. It's described as a mix of Tarkov and The Division with additional modes inspired by the original faction's multiplayer. It'll be a single-player-like experience inside an online game. It will be free to play, first on PS5 with a further release on PC. Holy shit, dude, that I can't help but believe that. And I'm telling you because that's to me exactly what that game is supposed to be, to a fucking T. I mean, it makes sense that they're like, we're gonna do battle royale, but look at where battle royale is now. It's not dead, but it's just its heyday is over. So it makes sense. This idea of doing, I told you guys this. If this is true, I told you this is what this online game was going to be. It's gonna be like. Just like an MMO light for Last of Us. And I told you it's probably going to be free to play. It is. I'm telling you it's going to be free to play. I'm telling you, it's going to be free to play. This sounds awesome to me. And I genuinely hope this is true because this sounds exactly what I want. Like that, like when you asked me to describe a Last of Us multiplayer game standalone, that is exactly what I want. So I hope it's true. But Oops Leaks gives us more information. Naughty Dog's new IP. The next major single-player title, Neil Druckmann is not involved. It's a fantasy setting, at least from what it looks like. Currently, it is in full production. Now, the next thing he mentions here is The Last of Us Part 3, but he's not giving us inside information. He's just reiterating that apparently, based off of official statements made by Naughty Dog, the outline of the script is ready. The one thing here that's really strange to me and makes me question if this person is getting legit information, why no mention? Why no mention of The Last of Us remake? Because that definitely is a thing. Jason Schreier reported on that pretty heavily, and he would not have done that if it wasn't real. So I do have to wonder. Now, to me, this is fascinating. Like, so their next major game is a new single-player IP with a fantasy setting? I feel like we've heard this before. Have we not heard that before? I feel like we talked about this before. I don't know when or from who, but I feel like we did. Anyway, guys... Holy shit. 4 hours and 16 minutes. I am... Got my body armor. Pretty much done. All my coffee. It's gone. I think that's it, man. I think that's all she wrote for this one. What I think this was a pretty awesome episode. Honestly, I do. I think this was a good one. I just feel like there was a lot to talk about, and I had fun, man. I had fun. I'm so ready. I'm so ready for Sony to do something much more interesting, I guess you could say, in the coming weeks than what they've been doing. The very last thing I want to say, just because I think it's people are still asking the question, like, is Sony going to do, are they going to do a show anytime soon? Look, we are at a point for officially now in April, guys, we don't have anything. The rest of the year for Sony is a complete question mark. The only thing we know is a third-party exclusive, that being Forspoken. That's the only thing we know. That's it. So yeah, the time is now. The time is now for Sony to start. May not be this week or next week, but definitely, in the coming weeks, the time is now for Sony to start talking, and I'm excited, man. I'm looking forward to it. Let me see. We have Chris Gaming Show. You're saying, how about Sony Bend and Naughty Dog work together and make the best game they've ever made? I don't know, man. That would be, I don't even know what you would get out of two AAA studios coming together like that. I'd be for it, but I don't know. We'll see. I hope this open world stealth game or whatever it is that they're making, that sounds like what it's going to be. Hold on. Before I go, I got to check something. Real quick. Let me see. Before I go, I'm checking. All right. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's it, guys. That's it. I have to do a quick shout out to my members. So, I want to also really quick before I do that, give a big thank you to every single person who donated a super chat today. I didn't say this in the beginning because I was too eager to get into the topics, but those of you who show up on a weekly basis, those of you who continue to donate super chats or just watch the ad rolls when they're there or become members, or even if you just watching the content, you guys are the backbone of the channel. I literally couldn't do this without you, and really means a lot. Really goes a long way for me, and I just want to express my gratitude for that. And so I'm going to give a shout out to my members now. We have the Play Has No Limits Plus tier. Big shout out to Junior Jackson, Josh Z, Agile Ice 24, Skin Tight Salmon, PlayStation Pete, RU46 N2 Ray, Isiler 18, Whiskey Gaming, Pragmaticat, Hidden Leaf 2 Taka, Nakamichi. And then we have Play Has No Limits. Shout out to Rune Gasoden, Black Waifus, Ryan Butcher, John Renzi, Zanarkan Blitzer, Space Gambler Jr., JDTV, Sir Speaks a Lot, Ashorty Faye, Big Norman 0518, Shaky Shako, Tyson Webb 509, Black Manta 1989, Brandon Chad Perez, Adrian Lupton, Introvert, Gaming Dude, and Kevin Kahan. Thank you guys so much for the continued support on a monthly basis. And the Brownie Bro says, end the podcast so I can download it for later. Jeez. All right, Brownie Bro. Thank you. That's it. Be sure to hit the like button on your way out, guys. I will catch you hopefully tomorrow with a regularly scheduled video, and we'll see what the rest of the week holds. So until next time, guys, take care.